Are champions born, or are they made? And which one carries more pressure? An off-road legacy of generations before, dominating, intimidating, establishing a dynasty? Or is it the day after day of training, the lap after lap of testing, the early mornings innovating, the late nights overhauling, the nothing-to-lose attitude of an all-out colossal team effort? One young champion has already been crowned for 2016. And this teenager is about to have his name written in the history books as well. These two were born and made. And make no mistake, they are the future of off-road racing. Today, these champions meet where the sport began 47 years ago. Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. A mecca. A landmark. And a rite of passage where roots run deep and the pages of off-road history are revered as gospel. It all comes down to this. One final round on the biggest stage of them all. TORC, the Off-Road Championship.
It's my sixth time coming here, and I still get goosebumps when I see that red barn and the tens of thousands of fans lining the hillside of Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Someone will walk away with the keys to the big house today because this is the final stop of TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. Hello everyone, welcome to Crandon, Wisconsin. I'm Robbie Floyd, joined once again by not only the TORC Series champion, Ricky Johnson, but also a winner here at Crandon. You know how special it is to be at Crandon, but to win at Crandon, and this is the final chance to do it, our last stop.
We've raced all over the country, and I've had the pleasure to race and win here in the past, and this is the biggest crowd that we've ever seen here. We've been across the country, but it comes down, we're going to crown a champion today.
And a lot of pressure on these drivers, but maybe no more than our pro light driver, Kyle Kleiman, who's been on a roll faster than anyone. 4 race wins in a row, Ricky. Can he make it 5? That's CJ Greaves territory.
Well, Robbie, let me tell you, to win a race in the TORC Off-Road Championship is unbelievable. Kyle's won 4 in a row, so he's in unmarked territory, and he missed the first 2 rounds, and he's second in points. If he would have been there for those 2 rounds, who knows where this championship would be.
That's a big what if, and Kyle Hart may not be the series points leader in the Aturo Tire Pro Light, but also this track looks a little different, and Kate Osborne has more.
Crandon's been around for 47 years. Most of these drivers have notebooks filled with information on this track. They know every bump, they know every jump, they know every turn, until they got here this weekend to find this massive berm. With 20 pro lights racing 100 miles an hour into turn 1, this berm could definitely impact the outcome of this race.
Thanks, Kate, and as you look from a high up above, I think that berm will be a factor. Maybe, hopefully nobody touches that berm, but visually heading into that first turn, no matter how fast you're going, it has to mess with your psyche a little bit.
Well, Robbie, when you're coming in there, some of the Pro 4s and Pro 2s are over 100 miles an hour. Pro lights are just reaching 100 miles an hour, and you open up the turn as much as you can to make it as big as possible. Well, it's pinched it in about 10 to 20 feet. So when you're by yourself, it makes it a little bit more narrow. But now when you put 20 pro lights going 100 miles an hour, it gives the guys on the outside nowhere to go but to lean in.
As we look at all the fans on the hillside, amazing, but look at how many UTVs we have. This is just the stock division. I mean, 32 of them. I thought it was going to be 35, 40, but there's even more than that when you throw in the mods. This is going to get crazy heading into that first turn.
Well, and then also you got multiple manufacturers. It's not like the trucks where we just got a couple. Here we got the Polaris, we got Can-Ams, we have Yamahas coming out here. We have CJ Greaves that is our Pro
Yes.
2 champion, and he's out there. We got Corey Weller, who's won in the Yamaha in the past. So it's a lot of different brand recognition, and people look at these things, and they're not as intimidating as having a big race car. You can put this in the back of your pickup truck and then go ride in the woods.
It looks like about 13 on each row. I had seen 2 rows. I didn't know we were going to start 3 rows here. In case you're wondering where CJ Greaves is, he's the 933. So in the stock class, they start with a 900 number. And go figure, he's the 933. We're about to go green as they walk. I wonder if Cowboy's going to walk out in front of these guys. Cowboy, a fixture of Crandon International Off-Road Race. That's no Cowboy. That's the youngest Cowboy I've ever seen.
He's doing the Cowboy move with the rope swaying over his head, but he's got the lasso thing going, but that is not the official Cowboy, folks. You will get to see him shortly.
All All right, again, and they'll have to clear out that way. So it's an abbreviated start also. They're not at the farthest reaches that you'll see the lights, the 2s and the 4s start at as well. They don't need to have that much run up.
Well, and you see how short the wheelbase these things are and how narrow they are. So if you put that many cars at full speed into turn 1, you're asking for a disaster. This is going to be a tough call as it is, but if you had them at full speed, they touch wheels one time, we're going to see a massive crash. So this is for the driver's safety. We want to see them get around the first turn and then work their way to the checkered flag.
I think that's CJ Greaves on the inside, row 2 there. See the white UTV that's a little bit lower than everybody else?
Yeah, so the difference you can see that the Yamaha's got that like pinch snoot. It goes down in the front, and they're also they're a manual shift, so they're like a motorcycle. You just sequential shift up and down.
And you can hear them starting to rev. The engines are out to go. It's a 12-lap race. We will have a competition caution at the halfway point, and they will stick to the short course after they make this start. Somebody turned sideways.
Oh, no.
This is not a good start.
End over end. This is not good. We got from row 2, we got end over end. That's 991. We're working fine.
Good start on that, Jesse Kloss.
Jesse Kloss going over. We might see a restart, but they're going to be running the short course. So
see that again.
Right. We won't see a line like that again. So more than likely we'll just keep the track going. But you can see how fast these vehicles get going. So it's not. They look like toys, but they're 100% race cars.
Definitely, again, and it is hard seeing some of the numbers out there. This is the mod UTV class, and this is for a TORC Series championship. We've had, or excuse me, the Stock Series championship. You'll see the mods immediately following this. Is the 900, and they're using what, 6 and 8-inch numbers. We're lucky if they're 8-inch numbers, but the series points leader in this one, the guy to look for. We'll see how fast he can work his way up. Jason Luber.
Jason Luber is in second, so he's already making a bid for the front. We will be seeing Corey Weller. She looks like she's in 4th place, and now we take another look at that. So the front row takes off, everyone gets going. The next thing you know, you see the tires touch, and end over end they go. Bam, and so it wasn't that hard of an impact on top of the vehicle, so it looks like he'll be okay. Taking another look at it, watch the back row. You see that yellow car, then all of a sudden cars come over and end over and they go. As soon as you touch wheels, that's what happens in open wheel racing.
But I was looking for the car that was way to the left. That was the one turning right, and then yet 4 cars to the right. This is the one that actually started doing the flipping. So a lot was going on there throughout, and you see Luberg, the 989, really trying to put the pressure on, and if he can win this race, no question, he'll be the series champ.
Well, Zach Martin is out in front and running really strong. As we talked earlier, that's a Yamaha. You can see the drop nose in the front, and they got a sequential shift, and we see Luberg coming in, making a run for it, but no, it is still Zach Martin out in front.
Zach Martin out of Georgia, the SOB build, Alba Racing Yamaha. Cochran, Georgia is the hometown. So it's good seeing different manufacturers too, and you know, it puts more pressure on the other manufacturers to get their stuff together. The only factory driver, I mean full factory, should be CJ Greaves, even though Corey Weller is a Yamaha sponsored driver. Corey
Weller is, as we see, she's in 4th. We got Martin in 3rd, and then Johnson and then Stowers round out the top 6. But we were talking earlier, you said Alba Yamaha. That's in Southern California. That's a homegrown place down where I'm from, down in Poway, down by San Diego. So you see Luberg making a run to the inside, but still Martin holds him off.
Weller in 4th, Johnson, Stowers in 6th, Minner at 7th, Winbury, Simic, another front runner back in 9th, has to really move up. Oh, there's a pass on the inside, stop and run.
Bump and run, that was a great job by Luberg. CJ has worked his way all the way up. CJ Greaves was in the 2nd row, has worked his way all the way up to 2nd place. So this kid not only can drive a Pro 2, Pro 4, but he is one heck of a wheel in a UTV.
Let's look at the difference between his UTV and the others, and it's a stock UTV on the bottom end, but Johnny Greaves designed and formed that one much like he would a Pro 2 or Pro 4, and it just looks like it's stiffer all around and more planted than the others.
Oh, they're on top of each other, bumping and banging. Luberg doing a little bit of a block, and now watch CJ. He kind of opens his lines up a little bit because he knows this track so well from driving a Pro 2 and Pro 4. So Luberg is just kind of going wherever he thinks it's right. CJ is going where he knows it's right.
And Corey Weller in the other Yamaha just behind in 3rd. So we'll see CJ, look at him squared up just like he would a 2 or 4. And he's going to try and drive out, but that inside line's a little bit better. CJ on the outside squares it up again. But when you're even or pretty even on horsepower, it's hard to flat out drive around somebody, but it looks like he's doing it here. He's using that cushion, Ricky.
Yeah, but you got to keep an eye on Corey Weller. She's just been sitting back in the camper seat. She is a veteran in this. So CJ Bay with a strong run on the outside. Luber's looking on the inside, trying to get that spot back. It's a little bit loose and loses a little bit of forward drive, but Corey Weller is right in the spot she wants to be.
Looking good, and that would be a Yamaha sandwich there, but CJ Gers, oh, and the back left is broke. Snap left.
Yeah, looks like an axle broke off of Luber's left side, so as he goes off this jump, we're probably going to see it drop off as it's dragging. Yeah. Corey Weller tries to go by, doesn't get clipped. Luber knows that something's wrong.
And that's the championship. That's the championship. He just lost it there with a mechanical.
Exactly, and that's how it is. With these things, they run them so hard. They look like they're toys, as I said before, but they are unbelievably fast. And now we see a red flag coming out, so they're going to stop them and then make sure that they get the vehicles off. But Luberg is done for this race.
Now, when you see a red flag, it's because something is really important out there, whether it be a medical or something physically is in the track that they do not want anybody to go by.
What we could barely see, they only showed a glimpse of it, is in the finish line turn, there was a vehicle up against the outside, and you don't want to leave somebody there because if another truck or another car rolls, it's going to go right into there.
Yeah, and you just do not want to take that chance. Let's take a look at what happened in Luberg. I don't think there's any way they could fix that UTV, and the whole left side there, the 909.
Nathan Stowers, and he was really fast. And here we see CJ bumping and banging, and he gets right up on top of him. Unintentional, but there was contact there, and that looks like that might be what took him out.
But it was on the other side. It was on that left side.
Well, first he gets him on the inside, then he gets him on the outside. When he comes off, here it finally breaks. You see the axle come down, and now it's going, and all he's feeling is a little bit of drag, so he doesn't know if somebody's on the back of him or if he's got something going down, but definitely Luberg with a broken left rear.
And here's why we're under that red flag. So it is an important portion of the race. Is that the right-hander going to the finish line?
Yeah, it is. It's the finish line corner, and that's Jason Stowers. And they're taking a while for him to get out, so he must have had a pretty hard flip when he come to a stop.
And you see the inside of that left wheel. It's awfully whoppy job there as well. But I think Kate Osborne, have you caught up with the guy that actually was doing all that flipping on the start? It sounds like we're having some problems. We'll get with Kate here in just a second as the medical crew is out there. And when I saw Luberg in that break, you and I both know that would have been a black flag maybe for Luberg because, hey, you don't need to be driving out there. But when the red comes out, it's something serious, and we do not want anybody racing in those areas. So we're trying to take care of Mr. Stowers. Hopefully everything is all right with him.
Well, because he did stop up next to the wall, sometimes when you go rolling and then all of a sudden you come to an abrupt stop, it could have put a stinger in his neck or his back or something like that. But just to be clear, that with Luberg, with the black flag, we weren't talking that he did anything wrong.
No.
It was just a matter of what was the situation. So always safety first. So we want to make sure that Stowers is okay. We see him talking to the officials, but we got to make sure that we don't just pull him out of the vehicle and get him hurt.
All right, let's try Kate Osborne one more time. Kate, do you have Mr. Flipper? All right, I hear Kate very little in that background. We'll try and get that. But Stowers, and what I was saying is when we saw Luberg in that broken axle and the black flag, that just means that there's something wrong enough. And sometimes you don't even know what's wrong with your cart or buggy or truck, and they say pull over because there's something really wrong, and we know there's something wrong with him.
Well, here we see Stowers that he's gotten out of the car, that he's okay. He might have been knocked unconscious, and then he just told him, hey, just give me a second to catch my breath, and then I'll get out of there. So, Whitey and the whole crew here does a great job making sure that the drivers are safe. And I've always said, when I was racing, I knew with 100%
whether you were
fact,
hurt or not.
if I was hurt or on fire, that Whitey and the crew and all of them would go through the fire to pull me out. So it's always great to have somebody like that on your side.
I remember telling the paramedics in my motocross racing days, I have a bruised left thigh, a broken left wrist, and then the right one, it's pretty injured, but it may not be. And the guy's like, no, tell me what's wrong. I'm like, mister, I'm telling you exactly what's wrong. You could believe me or not, but when you hurt yourself enough and you hit the ground so many times, you tend to be quite the prognosticator of medical evaluation.
Well, and then what really ticks you off is when they come up and they cut your brand new pants that you saved all that money for. They go, we think you have a broken leg, and they cut your pants off.
Nothing wrong.
You're like, I don't care if it's compound. Slide them off. I'll wash the blood out. I'll be okay. But it's great to see that Stowers is okay. He was really fast in Minneapolis, had a big crash there and stuff like that.
Look at all these people, man.
I know. unbelievable. And it just goes on, and the fans here. So you gotta put it into perspective. The town is 1,900 people. Okay?
1920, I think. I saw
Yeah,
Can you believe
1920.
that?
And now there's close to 50,000 here.
Yeah.
It just the town loves it because they're making money. They support it with with the parade and everything that goes on. So you don't find that many places, where the Mecca is, where the city supports it. I know when I'm in Honolulu, they don't like to see foreigners, and when I'm in L.A., they don't want people from out of town. And when I'm at the beach where I live, I don't want anybody from New York there either. So, but here, come on, it's awesome.
Hey, let's take a look at this track. And here we see the hairpin that leads on that straightaway where they start from, that start straightaway. You see the berm down at the end of it. I love this portion of the track, especially when you start getting in the bigger trucks, because you really see the guys throwing it in, backing it into this turn.
Yeah, when you come into there, it's off camber, and so there's so much suspension in the trucks that they lean quite a bit. So you lose the sight of that inside berm, or actually that inside wall that's about 5 foot tall, because the chassis leans so far. And then all of a sudden that dirt starts to come up out of your left window, and that spooks you out a little bit. So myself, I had a little trick. I looked away from it. Wherever there was danger, I just said, no, just don't look at it, and it's okay. It's kind of like when I race motocross. Don't look down at the whoops. Look at the other side. So just keep your eyes out of it.
And we'll see several different lines of this one. Guys trying to ride the cushion up top, and it is more banked than it looks like in that picture, as well as the Argonne corner, because if you keep going straight to there, you're going to end up in Argonne eventually.
I was going to say, so you know why they call it Argonne, right?
Yeah, right.
Because in the old days, that straightaway where the Cooper tire is, and the Maxxis tire, and the Bad Boy, all that, we used to go straight, and they would race all the way up to Argonne. So that
25 miles was the original track back in 1970, and that's a town in Wisconsin. But the short course off-road racing, 25 miles used to be short course.
Right, that wasn't the Baja 1000 or the Mid 400 or anything like that. It was a short course through the woods and through everything. It was great. They raced motorcycles, they did all the different stuff, and that's coming out of Argonne Corner, and it's blind. So when you're going down there, I teach drivers, and my son as well, and I was even teaching to Maya Saccarelli. I'm like, when you come out of Argonne, you find the edge of the trees. You try to find the edge of the forest, and you know that if you're just to the left of it, you'll be okay, because you're going to be eating so much roost you can't see what's going on. And there was our point leader,
He still is the points leader, and as long as he can stay within 2 positions, he will still be the champion. But I don't see that happening. I mean, his crew, and there's another thing though, when you have a red flag like that, you cannot work on your vehicle. So I'm assuming they probably dropped that red flag and they're coasting around the track right now. So they're looking for a way, and this is almost like their little caution period, to jack that left side up so it doesn't make contact with the ground, and he's going to be driving a 3-wheeler for a while.
Yeah, which, but if he's a hazard to everybody else, they will black flag him, because for safety, they got to make sure that he's not just in the way, or people come by and clip him, then you end up taking 2 drivers out. So very, very tough break, and it was incidental contact between him and CJ Greaves.
My question part, and I know it's a lot of time it's the opposite side, but when CJ did get into him and into that back end, it was the right side, and it's only ironic that the left side's the one that let go for him.
Yeah, well, they touched first on the left side, then went over, and he had harder contact on the right. So it wasn't intentional.
No.
I'm going to bet on that. CJ had a good run on him. He thought he was going to shoot to the other side, and when they hit, that's what happened. So when they get going, we have 8 more laps to go, so it's still a ton of racing.
5,
and we
6,
saw Jason
7,
Luberg.
8, 9, 10, A,
Jason
B,
Luberg, a
C,
3-time winner
D,
so far this year.
E,
Corey Weller won
F.
1 time. That's back in Elk River at round number 2. As we see all the UTVs, this is the stock class here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by Amsoil. Welcome to Crandon, Wisconsin. For those of you joining us, Jason Luberg, our series points leader, was out in front, had a little contact with CJ Greaves, who's now the leader, with Corey Weller just behind. Corey Weller sits second in series points. The lady is looking for her first TORC Series championship.
Well, if she's smart, and I know she is. I'm not going to say if she's smart. She's an unbelievable, very canny racer. So what I'm going to guess that Corey Weller's going to do is watch CJ Greaves, because he knows this dirt. The only one that knows it better than him is his father, Johnny Greaves. And watch his lines, watch his braking points, because obviously he came from the second row past everybody and got up there. So she needs to just learn from that and then take a shot at him later on.
My question is, how fast will CJ Greaves be? His last lap time a 51.9. Corey Weller a 53.15. So a couple of seconds difference, and that's what we saw the first time CJ, when he hit the track in practice. He didn't practice after that. He let everybody else do the stuff. I don't think he really wanted to show everyone his cars.
Well, and that's the thing. When you're racing with somebody that's that fast, what you do is just do what they do. I had the attitude, if it's humanly possible, I can do it. If he can drive that deep into a corner, so can I. If he can jump that high, so can I. So it's a perfect situation. It's a perfect storm for Corey Weller to be that much faster.
So as we take the green flag, probably the next time around, or that'll be the acceleration zone. Let's see the starter. It's green. That means go, and we'll see if Corey Weller can cling on. And this is the competition caution. 4 laps down, 8 more to go. This is going to be an exciting 8 laps. So Luberg's dropped out, so that should move Martin up 1 more spot into 3rd.
But if you watch CJ, he starts out a little bit wider. See how Corey's like 3 car lengths in? She needs to just mirror him, and now we see Martin taking a look on the inside, but Corey Weller should have the exit. No, Martin moves his way out, and Corey gets a run on the exit.
Actually, that's the 957. Still trying to find that car. I have 975 and Matt Schrape, but the 957 looks like that's the one that's taken over that position.
957 is Miles Cheek, yeah. That's Miles. He's a West Coast boy, so Miles came from trophy cars and stuff like that. So he's done quite a bit out there. His dad, Chuck Sheik. So Miles is in second, and his father, Chuck, was phenomenal in buggies. So now you have a couple West Coast guys and gals in second and third, but CJ Greaves is the one running away with it right now.
And Miles Cheek out of Orange, California in second, but anything can happen. McCandles don't want to wish that upon anyone, but it was less than a month ago. That was a brand new Yamaha 1000 and a lot of modifications and not much testing in between. All right, so evidently we got Kate. Kate, you have Mr. Flipper, the one that went off on that first turn, right?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be known as Mr. Flipper. He did not know that he was going to be racing in Crandon until Wednesday, but you did have your first ever Land Rush start. Describe what happened.
Sitting back in the 3rd row, and we got a good start out of there. We jumped right on CJ's bumper, and we were coming into the corner, and I got blindsided on the driver's side. I'm not sure who hit me or where it came from, but it sent me flipping. So here we are.
Jesse Klaus, guys.
Thanks a lot, Kate. And we didn't know that was CJ he got into. So again, making contact there. That's what caused
No. He said he jumped on CJ's tail, and then somebody hit him in the door. So what he did is he was trying to follow CJ through, which was a great move. And here we see Corey Weller starting to slow down a little bit. So something is up with Corey Weller.
Oh no, full course caution.
Full course caution, because that driver's in a dangerous spot. His cage is exposed to the inside.
So yeah, the problem is when the driver starts crawling out like that, he's not protected anymore. And some of these guys are also new to the series.
Well, we had a situation. Mike Oberg is the driver that's done really well, won the Jason Baldwin Cup and has done a bunch in Pro 2 and stuff, and also his brother Mark Oberg. But Mike Oberg is very claustrophobic, so anytime his truck, and I'm dead serious, anytime his truck is upside down, he is out of it. He will not. So it was like, at the very last second, they put his window net up. If he crashes, Mike's coming out. There is no arguing with him on that. So,
how about you? Whenever that happened, because as a motocross racer, and you have all that free flowing, flow. But when you get in that seat and you're strapped down and you're really locked down, did that bug you at all?
No, it didn't bug, because I snuggling safe. I felt like I was, like snuggling up with my mom on the couch when I was a little kid.
Right.
I had the Afghan around me. I was at the perfect place. So anytime, unless I felt fluids on me or if I felt like I was on fire,
right,
then it was time to get out of the vehicle. But other than that, I just sit there, put my arms down, and I used to just embrace myself and wait for the impact. And when it didn't happen, then I wait to see what's going on.
I felt the same thing, because when I was just a decent amateur, but once I got into the cars, I almost felt invincible, because when you're used to crashing in a motorcycle so much and making direct contact with that dirt, it felt like it was nothing could stop me in that roll cage, except for when you try and catch yourself with your hands. Even in that roll cage, it's not pretty or fun.
Yeah, you didn't crash hard enough.
Oh, I know.
because Travis Pastrana crashed in a California short course race in a Pro 2, and he said it was the most painful crash that he's ever gone through. And that guy's broken his pelvis, jumping 85 feet in a freestyle event and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of stuff inside the vehicle that you just bang on. But when you're on a motorcycle, you typically have that big pitch, you have that silence, and then the fear of what's going to happen.
Right.
And sure enough, it does happen. You hit the ground, and it hurts, and you make that funky sound when you have no air. I don't know if you're trying to cry or breathe or scream or what you're trying to do, but you just make that funny wheezing sound.
Speaking of a guy that he grew up racing motocross, and that's CJ Greaves, and now he announced last week that he has a relationship with Yamaha and factory Yamaha. So you have the Greaves Motorsports as far as you know, the Johnny and CJ Greaves end of it, but you also have the Graves Yamaha side of it. So that is a stock UTV, but he has the Graves ECU as well as the Graves pipe. That's basically a stock pipe from Graves, so he's getting a lot of help from them as well. So we're about to go green as soon as the safety truck exits the track. We've got 7 laps to go. Seems like it's been a marathon race, and we normally don't have this many full course yellows or red flags, but it's just one of those days, it looks like. CJ Greaves leads Cheek. Weller back in third. Did she have problems, or did she just get the call about the full course caution? Probably. Keats in fourth, Martin in fifth.
What I liked about what Miles Cheek was doing is he was matching CJ's lines, watching him outside, watching him inside. Go where he goes until you're losing ground, and then you make an adjustment.
He was aggressive too. He made that pass on Corey Weller really early on that restart. Will he do the same thing to CJ, or will CJ give him that opportunity?
CJ's been killing everybody on these starts. Watch, he drags him down because he's got that manual. All of a sudden, watch, as soon as he gets on the downside, he's going to take off.
Yeah, good call, Ricky Johnson.
Because see, what he did by doing that, he's on the downside while Miles is still up and over. He's not in the air. And when Miles goes to gassing, he's getting a little wheel spin, and that's what allows CJ to get about a 2 to 3 car length lead. But right now, Miles is running very, very strong, but it's a great race for third and fourth.
And Miles on that Polaris too, so the Yamaha in first and third, the Polaris in second, and Martin back there in fourth at 9:16. It's actually the 9:53 now that's worked up. That's Keats. Trying actually lost a spot to Weller there. Keats going to the inside, the yellow UTV, a red flag again. We don't see it. Ooh, and some people coming in hot. Whoa, that was a close call right there, and evidently somebody's on their lid.
Well, you can see off to the right of the screen, you see the safety worker working his way over there, and that was in a really high-speed situation, so somebody cartwheeled down that back straightaway, so they're at top speed
on their side. So you're seeing that dirt to the right. That's where something's stuck in the ground too.
Right. When you see somebody crash that long, take another look at it as they come down the inside. You'll see. We'll take another look on the left side of the screen. They get side by side, and next thing you know, it's end over end with twists and all kinds of stuff. So a very, very wicked crash for somebody, and we don't know who that is yet.
I'm dizzy just watching it. Yeah, unfortunate for that driver. And when you come over at high speed like that and you get that sideways, I mean, you have to stand on the throttle. You have to, because you do not want it to grab. But, man, that's that moment you're just going, please don't. Please don't. It did.
Yeah, well, it more than did. So the good news is they got the vehicle back on the wheels. I don't see them being very frantic when it comes to having an emergency. So whoever that driver was, I think they're okay. But that vehicle is definitely taking a hard hit.
Again, that's a shot from our drone camera, as the leaders should be coming by as well. Or if it's a red flag, they'll park them in a certain situation so they do not have to make it by. So it looks like that would be the 988 of Jody Reed that, unfortunately, he wanted to have his name called, didn't want it called this way.
Yeah, Jordy took one heck of a flip going round and round, and like I said, glad that he's okay. You can see that when he landed, it pushed the whole front of that vehicle, and that's a teammate of Luberg. Yeah, so that's another one from the Luberg's partners and stuff like that. But that's going to be an expensive rebuild. Probably completely scrap that chassis and pull some parts off and build a new one.
The 988 and the 989, both bikeman front runners out of this race seemingly. I don't know if Luberg's able to compete. I don't see him in the top 10, top 12, top 24, so I'd say he's probably out of the race as well. So not a good day for them, and they are a strong effort. They pull in here with a semi, very professional looking, and have 2 of their UTVs already out of this. So now we have Greaves, Weller, Keats, Martin, and Johnson unofficially the top 5. Cheek had moved up one spot that last lap. 6 laps have been completed of this 13 or 12 lap race. 5 lead changes what I have.
I wonder if CJ did a dance contest last night or anything like that. Anything else that he can try to win this weekend?
Or at a group therapy? I mean, where would he do that? Out in the parking lot?
Well, we have Nick Ferrari playing last night, so maybe he won a lip sync contest. He's winning the UTV class. He's won the Pro 2 championship. He's trying to wrap up the Pro 4 championship.
Probably has a Traxxas RC car over here. Did you see all the people on your way into our compound here? There were so many people at the RC track, at the Traxxas track. It's unbelievable. It is really cool, and want to let everybody know that's watching around the country and around the world for that matter, that if you haven't been to Crandon, you need to make it at least once in your lifetime. I know you're a fan of short course off-road racing, but this place is special.
Yeah, as I said before, the whole city embraces it. They love it. And if you go to Rhinelander or Wausau or Green Bay, everywhere around here, they are 100% excited and very, very proud of short course off-road racing.
Right.
It's not like the dirty stepchild that's over to the side. They are 100% stoked about short course racing.
Okay, there's CJ, and there's the Amsoil finish line. Let's take a look at what happened with CJ Greaves and Jason Luberger. Luberger was out in front, and CJ's drafting, and generally you're good right there, nose to tail, but it gets him just a little crooked.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't break CJ's left front. So that looked fine. Like they had just a little bit of a bump right there. Like then all of a sudden that was the extent of it.
Right.
But then as he comes around the next time, something gave loose, and then as he comes off the jump, then everything starts to go away. So at this point, everything is still going, and there we see the wheels starting to go side by side, and here goes CJ.
Right on the downside again. But this time, hey, good job
by Miles Cheek.
Yeah.
Miles Cheek with a great shot with him. He made sure that he didn't get left behind, but still CJ with about a 2-car length lead, but Miles Cheek running very strong in second.
Cheek was on at that time, and even though he was on the upside, it looked like he got one heck of a drive. Now Cheek on the outside. Who's this back there in fourth? And another yellow.
No, that's Keats. Keats has worked his way up and looking to the inside, but not able to get by.
Yeah, Keats out of Idaho looking strong there. The 953, the 916 just behind as well. So we've got a good race here in the top 5. This thing's far from done, especially with the competition caution out of the way. It's a race to the finish, 6-7 laps to go. And there's CJ, a little bit of a gap. And that was the case. In practice, he was about 2 seconds faster than everybody else. I'd say he has a good second or second and a half on this lap.
For young racers, when you're in a situation like this, you got a driver that's so dominant, that's come from the back and is out in front, you have to take his line. You're getting a free driving lesson, and Miles Cheek is doing a great job, but it just looks like CJ's got a little bit more under the hood. That Yamaha is pulling him down the straightaway as we see Corey Weller pulling the back, but Cheek is doing a great job through the corners, but this is a centrifugal clutch, so he can't shift to the next gear and to the next gear. And on these big wide open tracks, I think it favors the Yamaha.
And when you're talking about a centrifugal clutch, he's talking about an automatic that literally pulls and stays in that gear the entire time, where Corey Weller is grabbing gears on that inside. And watch, whenever you're a driver in second, Ricky, I know you see this, watch how much longer Corey's trying to stay on the throttle before that front end drives down.
Well, Corey keeps peeking to the inside, and then CJ's just walking away from both of these drivers right now. But there we were watching Miles Cheek in the yellow car, and then right behind him is Corey Weller, who's past winner this year. But you can see how many of these UTVs are out here.
And that was a concern too, because typically we will run the stocks and the mods together, but I mean, you're talking 50-some-odd cars out here on the short course. I think it's a great decision that they did separate them.
It's a wide track, and they want to do a great job when we're watching.
The red UTV is Waz in your picture, the 941. Pentago also in there. 936 just in front of him. Another Yamaha with the old school 70s look with that yellow and black, and the slope front end gives it away. No correction there. You see a little sawing in the wind. No problem. 941 of Waz in red.
Pentago inside, then back to outside, and then now Waz making another run at it. What's crazy is how these guys are all over the place because they're such a small vehicle. The trucks carry a little more speed and they have to use up a lot more ground, but they are going to be packing down the track.
Seeing Simic back there in 11th place too. He's another guy that was looking to move up in the stock category. He'd already had 3/3 and a 4th and another yellow. Right now it's just a local yellow as they'll try and ride those 2 UTVs up, the 927.
Now, if you wonder why they didn't go red here, because the vehicles are on the inside and the drivers are in a safe place.
945. That's Alec Hoffman in the 927. What happens here? Just ran out of ground.
2 vehicles trying to occupy one space, and over they go. So
that's Stetson Robinson in the 945 is on the inside there.
You see as they're laying there, they got the Nerf bars that are supposed to prevent that, but they can only help so much because you can see how the tire sticks out a little bit more when you touch tires. One's driving one way, one's driving the other. They climb each other, and over they go.
And that's actually what we saw with CJ Greaves, too. He didn't even really hit the left side of Luberg. He just kind of caught tires with him. It's just exposed that much.
Right, but if Luberg is wide open and then his tire stops it, that's a lot of force that's going to break something inside the vehicle, and then away it goes. So right now, there's 3 laps to go, but they still haven't got these drivers over yet.
There's CJ Greaves, the leader in his first ever that I know of it, and talking to him the first ever, definitely in TORC Series UTV race, the 933. You'll see him 2 more times today, both in the Pro 2-wheel drive as well as the Pro 4s. About 2 more laps. Look at the race for second, and it has separated. Nope, there it is. It's now back to third as Cheek has separated, and Weller and Keats now. A couple of Yamahas going at it. Yeah, Keats is trying to put the pressure. Keats has worked his way up, where Corey has actually dropped back a bit.
Yeah, Corey, I think, likes the smaller tracks where they're a little more physical and stuff like that. Now we see Keats looking to the inside, and then we also have another driver on the outside that Keats is going to try to use as a pick. We got 1 more turn after this, so Weller's got a good run coming off, but we see everybody slowing down. Yeah. So right
and the way that they went at it, when they went that hard, that's a heck of a slam down if that's a logo yellow. It sure looks like a full course the way that they're going. Even though it says green, we're definitely under yellow here.
What they got to do is they got to slow everyone down to get the safety trucks on there, so they got to slow them down all the way around. You see they got the vehicles out on the track. They can't let them race. So as soon as they get by there, now they're back to green.
Man, that was a extremely slow local yellow right there too. As CJ Greaves, if he didn't catch that, he just made up another 8-9 seconds on the field.
Oh, he caught it, but he still kept his distance. Then he was able to get away from him quick. And he also put a couple lappers in between him, so that's going to help him out as well.
So he's not in it for the TORC Series Championship. That would still be Corey Weller, and if she holds position, she will win the TORC Series Championship in the stock UTV, the Pro Stock UTV. But right now, CJ really wants to win this race in that Yamaha's debut for Greaves Motorsports.
Graves, potato. What is it?
It's Greaves Motorsports with a Graves engine. And like I said, there's not many modifications they can do to these. And even if it were a player, you have as the white flag's out 1 more lap to go, if you have a stock machine that is running that stock turbo, you would still have to run that stock machine in a modified class. So, CJ taking a drastic inside line, about a half a lap to go.
Alternate route, and he found a better line, a little smoother line, and that's what a champion does. He looks for the fastest way around the track, and right now he's running inside and running outside. But what's going to help him later on in the day, he's racing Pro 2 and Pro 4, watching how this track is holding up and then where it's falling apart. But these vehicles are so much lighter than the Pro 2s or the Pro 4s, even the Pro Lights, that they don't beat up the track as bad. But CJ Greaves having an awesome run. And I think this is his first race, actually, in a UTV.
Yeah, but it will be his first TORC Series victory in a UTV, and we could make history today. Will we have a 3-time winner in one event in a TORC Series? Checker flag comes out for CJ Greaves, taking the win in the Yamaha's debut. Second place as they come across towards the finish line should be Miles Cheek. Corey Weller in third, and that should win her the national championship. We'll be back with more right after this.
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Brakes on the left and the right, you got this? Get your brake levers ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead, guys.
We know dirt. Maxxis tires.
Welcome back to Crandon, Wisconsin for TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. This is the big house, and we had one big race in the Pro Stock UTVs, the first race of the afternoon for the big show here at the TORC race. So we've had sportsman racing throughout the day, but now it's time for the TORC pros to go at it, and we still have another UTV class to go, Ricky Johnson.
Yeah, they got the modifieds in there. We're looking at, hopefully, to our crowned Pro Light champion, Kyle Hart. So we have a lot of the different, pro class racers coming into this Pro UTV. So, like I said, a new interest with Kyle Hart.
And Kyle Hart going to start on that back row. He'll be in the 841 machine, so Kyle Hart should be him back there on the left on the inside. The 15 UTVs in this one. 837 of Andy Ives, another bikeman. He just said maybe stay together because his team has had some bad luck, and he's thumbs up right now. He's all positive energy, and he's trying to do well again after a couple of 6th place finishes at Bark River. There he is. There's Kyle Hart. I think should be on the yellow, or is he?
That was him in the yellow, and on the inside, 841 is Kyle Hart. As we go down the line, it's great to see, as I said before, representation from Can-Am, Yamaha, and Blair. So it's not just a one vehicle race. We got a lot of representatives.
The series points leader will start 6 from the inside on the front row. That's Travis Pointer in the 898, but the 841, a lot of eyes on him, Kyle Hart. And you know, when they said they were going to race UTVs, we were asking Kyle when he said, I wish our cameraman could talk to him right now and just get in his head. He's talking to somebody, so I think Pops is in his ear already, Ricky?
Oh, yeah, he's already let him know. Marty Hart is a past champion in a lot of 3-wheelers, quads, rock crawling, pro light. He's won a bunch of races in Pro 2. So he's letting him know. He was watching what CJ was doing in the previous race and giving him some line selection.
As Kyle Hart prepares for a 2nd row start, I don't see any way possible he could get the whole shot, but I'm not counting him out, especially as fast as he's been in the Two-Row Tire Pro Light this year. And there's the driver on the inside of this mod. That's Andy Ives, the 837. That's a bikeman entry. The big question a lot of people are asking is, what is bikeman? Who are they? Well, here's more.
We're having a lot of fun. Bikeman team has grown a lot together. We have a lot of fun together, and we're winning both classes. So, we couldn't be happier.
Jason and I both come from motocross backgrounds, which I think helps in this style of racing. We both set our cars up on motocross tracks and style tracks like this, even for other series that are nothing like this.
We're really lucky to have Andy Ives as a teammate. He's a Razor engineer, so really gives us a lot of good insight in what's going on. If we do arrive at some weird problem or something that's going on, he usually has an answer for us right away.
The bikeman team is really great. They have great drivers with Travis and with Jordy and with Jason Luberg.
We came wanting to win, and that's what we're doing.
To me, without a championship, nothing before this matters. I want to go out and I want to win.
Really, the UTVs are taking off in this series. We're really beginning to be like a feeder class at TORC.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy about TORC. I think TORC's going to elevate the sport for UTVs.
It's a fun addition having the UTVs as part of TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL, and it's something that I think the average person can go out and buy. You're not going to go out there and buy a Pro Light generally and say I want to race, but you can spend about $20K and get it done, at least for the stock vehicle, and then the mods on top of it.
Well, the great thing about them is you can go drive them in your yard, take them out in the woods. There's a lot of trails that allow them to go out here in the woods. In the Northwest and out into the desert. They're huge out in Glamis, out in Ocotillo Wells. So a lot of people have them as a good time. Also, they're 2-seaters, so you can take your wife, take your girlfriend, take your friend, take your kids, whatever you want to do. You can go out and have a good time with it. So that's the attraction. And when you get into a sheer race truck or a race car, sometimes you're just you're afraid that it's just you out there.
I typically, you and I have the best seat in the house, but check that out on the hauler there. They can actually pay, $5, $10 to hop in that thing, which I haven't done yet. I'm kind of spooked about it, but you can ride around the Crandon track in that, and that thing does haul tail.
Well, and I was talking to the driver yesterday, and see how it turns right in the middle. So when he was out there driving the track one day, and I was talking about drifting it, and he says he can't correct it like a normal vehicle because it just drives, it folds in the middle and it goes off the track. So, but he says he has drifted it, and we haven't seen any information. I said, I want to see some.
I don't want to see that. I do not. Bad things happen when you're drifting people movers. That would be a rock hauler or something.
Tweet to Kate, TORC 16, and say, I want to see Robbie in the truck, and you also want to see Robbie race. So we've been trying to put this out there for days.
No, hashtag TORC 16, though. If you do have questions on Facebook, we'll try and answer those. Ricky Johnson, I'm Robbie Floyd, maybe Kate Osborne can get an answer if you have something specifically for a driver or a fan in there. We got a lot of fans here. And Dickie Wentz, I want to talk about maybe one of the biggest fans of Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, and he passed away this past July. It's the first Crandon event that he'd never been to, and he was doing what he loved, and passed away, working on the yard in there. And he literally lives across the street from this facility, and he will be missed. And I know the 30 people sleeping on the floor at Wentz Garage tonight, everybody misses Dickie as well. But
it was great. It was great to see CJ and a bunch of the local boys go out and do a memorial lap for him. Once again, a lot of times people don't want this much noise and this many people around, but he was one of those guys that loved this and totally embraced the event. And it was not too long ago, he was basically getting his yard ready for this race and had a situation and died. It was tragic, but the man had a phenomenal life.
And the biggest fan, and even though there's tens of thousands, nobody was a bigger fan. Oh, there he is. Scott Rain and Brent have them doing the wave. And I thought they only do that in Oklahoma, but they do it here in Wisconsin as well. And that's just another part of Crandon weekend, that big wave. And look at all the people. And it'll even bigger tomorrow possibly, but here's why we're in a delay right now, because it was starting to get a little dusty and the wind might be switching around and blowing towards the fans. And earlier today it was blowing kind of away from the stand, so maybe a breeze switch. But either way, if that track dries out, we don't want it to mess up the lights 2s and 4s later on.
Well, and with the side-by-sides being all-wheel drive, they can handle a little bit more rain. They're like a mini Pro 4. But with that many vehicles out on the course, every place is going to get dusty. So as you can look at the track, you see where it's slick, where the blue groove is, where it's really shiny dirt. Normally in the race, they don't use that much of the course. They kind of have a sweet spot, but here there's so many different vehicles. They're using the whole track, so a little bit of water is going to make the show better.
Nice little spritz, and there they go taking a lap. Don't want to get near that water though, because I'm not saying that straight out the tap. I don't get near the water truck. If you've been watching this before, I'll give you a heads up where that water comes from. But don't get near the water.
Oh no, he'll slide that thing. You watch. But we have a great family here in the TORC series. We have photographers and safety workers and all these different people. So I want to throw a shout out to Peter Murphy. He's a photographer that has been there. If you can check him out on Instagram and stuff like that. If you follow myself as the Ricky Johnson, and I put a post up, if you can say a prayer for him. Our man is battling a tough battle with cancer right now, and he came out. He normally has this big, bushy, curly hair, but what remained the same was the smile, and he came by Luke and our pit last night and stuff like that. So if you have a moment, just say a little prayer for Peter Murphy, one of the great photographers, Race 1. Look him up on, like I said, on Instagram as well. But
photographer of the Off-Road Stars, and he's still in great spirits and out here, and everybody loves seeing him as well.
I think he was eating a churro or a hot dog,
or
was
chicken finger.
It was big chicken finger. Is what he was.
No, they just sprayed the cab. Oh no, that is not. Oh, that just puts a bad taste in my mouth. I can imagine what they're tasting.
Of course, that is pure water from Artesian Spring.
The Potawatomi spring fed. Oh, that best seat in the house.
That's going to leave a mark.
Yeah. Going to have to throw some extra bleach on that white shirt, because that is. And there's Argon. He's taking it. Now, what happens if you have a late exit into that? There's actually a hill right there in those bushes. You don't want to get into there, because that will upset the apple cart pretty fast.
That is a huge valley through there. We've had a couple crashes, even fatal crashes down this back straightaway, because you're going so fast. And when you get to the top there, you float over the top. A couple years back, I've done it once in practice where no one could see it, but Jeff Kincaid did the coolest wheelie. He came over the top in the Pro 2, kept his throttle on, wheelied all the way down. So he's in a Pro 2 going about 95 miles an hour and does about a 200-foot wheelie. So his was on video, an awesome sight. This is what they call the start turn, where they go around. The starting line is off to the right. You can see all the UTVs down there. But you'll see here in a minute to the left of the screen, everybody in staging for Pro Light, getting ready for that race after this next mod UTV.
The Kyle Kleiman in the background. I see that. The Ponzi truck, the guy we talked about at the start of the show, 4 race wins in a row. What are the odds? Do you think he will do it? Our fastest qualifier was Cam Reimers. Do you think Kyle Kleiman will have 5 in a row today?
Kyle was really fast, and he caught Kyle Hart. He was catching him.
I believe so.
But then Dinsmore was back there a little ways, and then it was Cam Reimers that just totally drove right up on the back of Luke Johnson. And Luke was fast yesterday, but was off in qualifying this morning, and Cam Reimers just laid it down. And he was a winner last year, and he's had some struggles this year, but he's got the right setup. They got the right converter. They got the right transmission. They got everything going because it's a fine line between making your car smooth and making it fast. And right now, Cam Reimers has got that, and he's on the inside.
You know, we don't have necessarily any questions, but evidently Facebook and some of the people are talking about how CJ might have an illegal UTV. I'm here to tell you that thing is about as stock as you can get, but it is cut in ways that everybody has that opportunity, but some people have chosen not to do it.
Well, and come on, everybody. I mean, you can choose to hate CJ Greaves. I did before. We had our little words and stuff like that. But you know what you can't take away? I don't care if you like him or you don't like him. That is a driver. And 100%, he throws it down and he backs it up week after week after week. So if you don't like him, don't badmouth him, but you got to respect him. And when I watched that race, he didn't just drive around the outside of everybody. He was using the track, using the traction, watching when it started to get slick, opened it up. Even at the last lap, he dropped a wheel down on the inside to use a little bit of grass for traction coming off. So he utilized what he had to beat everybody. Officials will tear his vehicle apart if it is illegal.
For sure.
Then they'll disqualify him. But until that point,
don't talk trash.
Knock it off and say congratulations because the kid's a driver.
And you see, you'll start seeing a lot of people probably modify their carts that's within reason. It's not a mod, but you have to make that cage around you. And his is probably the most protected without question of all of them out there. Typically, when you make more weight up high, it's not a good thing. You get a tippy thing, but he has a lot of that weight low. You're going to see more of the UTVs look like his next year, guaranteed, because it keeps it planted. Why would you want all that unsprung weight on top?
Yeah, I mean, you can use it to transfer the weight, but in this situation, like I said, I didn't see CJ make a mistake, and it's not like he just was doing wheelies past everybody. And on that last restart, when Miles Cheek took off with him at exactly the same time, he didn't pull him until they came around the what they call the barn turn to get away from him. Because everybody was pitching it off at the top, and then he was able to get up high and get a good slingshot down low and start to walk away from everybody.
So you see that little track up to the top of your screen right there? That's the little track, this RC track. So there's a track and another track, and if you look to the right, I don't know if our drone can do that. I hate calling it shots. Brian Lockwood's going to choke me out. But there's actually a rock crawling facility here and stuff. There's a lot of things here at Crandon.
As we scan around a little bit, you can see the start line over to the right in the upper right-hand corner. Those are the UTVs. You can see how big this track is when it looks like one continuous, like a staple almost. That's how big this track is, and that's the attraction to a lot of the pro drivers is they've heard about Crandon Turn 1. I'm over 100 miles an hour off Camber Turn and everything. And I remember when I came here, it scared the heck out of me. And
1.7 miles total.
Yeah, but I just found a way not to look at what scared me. I was just, I don't know, call me brave or ignorant or dumb, but I'll
call you all three at times, but I'd better run fast. As you see, just a little bit of stands here, but it's a natural amphitheater. That grassy knoll extends quite a ways. There's the hairpin turn, nice little pond out there, and a little testing session sometimes, and even more camper parking way out there.
Yeah, and everything that you see right there, the big semis, that's the pro pit, that's on the asphalt, and all those campers that are along the back are all the sportsman divisions. So it's unbelievable. They had a parade the other day, and it was so packed. I've never seen that many cars. So this is absolutely the biggest Crandon we've ever seen.
What do you think it'll be like for the 50th in a couple of years? That it's got to be even bigger, right? Bigger and better.
I just hope that we could get the rift between the East and the West Coast down and let everybody come and race. And I hope that I'm racing it too. I mean, I dig talking with you, Robbie, but to be honest with you, I'd much rather be out there racing. Maybe I'll race a UTV or a good old boy car or something like that.
It could happen.
But on the 50th anniversary, it's going to be monumental.
I want to be here. I want to be here calling you race. I don't know how to get Grant Langston or somebody to fill in because I know you'd rather be behind the wheel than behind the microphone. But here we are, the TORC Pro Mod UTV starting grid on that inside. Andy Ives at 837, the bikeman entry. Will he get the start? He's in a great position to do so. But just behind him on the inside is what will be the Pro Light champion for 2016 in the TORC Series, Kyle Hart, in his first UTV race in TORC. Trying to hear if those revs will build.
Not yet. Ives still has his shield up, so he's just getting a little bit of fresh air.
And I think
he's relaxing, trying to slow his heart rate down and focus. I think if I get this whole shot and I don't make any mistakes and I let these guys outside of me bump and bang, I can run it high.
Travis Pointer will start 6 from that inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that yellow, the next yellow one, third from the end down there. That's your series points leader. And it's only a few point differential, only 4 points between Travis Pointer and Matt Schutte. The 826 Schutte is going to start right next to him in 5th.
So they inverted the top 6 in points on the front row, and that's why Pointer is on the sixth end.
Now, where would you rather be here? Typically, inside's good if you can get to that first turn first, but you can also kind of round out if you're on that outside, you get a good jump.
Inside, because if for one, it gives, as you said, it gives you the position, lets those guys deal with each other. But if you notice, they're slightly off to the side. We see number 2, which was far. Faye's putting the yellow down, then they'll wait. They'll get everything going, and now we're green with road race.
Oh, I love that sound, and we do hear some turbos probably in there. A little wheel touching here and there, and I'm seeing to the inside. I'm looking for Kyle Hart. He's gonna do pretty good. He's gonna be probably at about 8th. Who's gonna get the whole shot?
It looks like Farr got a great jump on the inside, and now we see the two team cars running in 2nd, 3rd. As you watch, they slide and lose a little bit of traction, working themselves up into that cushion. So as they come down into the gravel pit, they got to be careful. It's going to be slick.
And that leader taking the inside line too, a little bit of a protective line, so somebody can drive around the outside. And that's exactly what happens. The 898 just flat out driving around Travis Pointer, and that's why it's series points leader. He set up on the inside here, but still not backing down is the 804. That's Tim Farr. We've seen him before.
Coming in a little hot. Love that great crossover, but Pointer with a great and very aggressive move. I don't know what to say, but he was just coming in. He's lucky there was a cushion there, or would have been the wall, but great job by Pointer, works his way up. Now he's got a little bit, the track's been worked out a little bit from the other drivers, but a great job by him working his way up into 1st.
98 in the number 1 position, and Farr was fast, but is he going to be fast enough? He won at the last round at Bark River. He's getting pressure now.
Howie moving from up into 2nd place, looking at the inside, but Farr starts to drop off a little bit. Something's going on.
He's way outside.
He's holding himself outside, trying to stay out of the way, and we see that Hart has moved his way up, I think, into the top 10.
We'll see if Kyle Hart can work his way up. We still will have a competition caution at the halfway point, so after this 6th lap, something is wrong with Farr. I don't know, he's just not turning. Oh, you see a little hiccup there from the 837, so something happening to Andy Ives.
Van Beekem has worked his way up into 2nd, and now Hall has worked his way into 3rd, and Kyle Hart is all the way up into 4th place. So when they have a competition yellow, Kyle Hart is going to be poised in a very good position as we see him now working on Hall.
That DWT Wheels entry, 841 out of Louisiana. Last time around, they didn't even register on my sheet here, but you can clearly see him on the inside. Do you think this is an advantage at all for a Kyle Hart or a CJ Greaves, knowing that they're going to race the truck a little later?
A little bit yes, a little bit no. It bit Luke going from Pro 2 to Pro Light. He overdrove it and qualified terribly, so he starts in 11th. But I love that these guys are just racers, and all of them, from all of our kids, they just want to race. Oh! Kyle Hart on the bicycle, as I say that, he gets on the bicycle, but it saves it, does a great job. Now he works into 3rd.
There's the race, and we have a new leader now. Is that?
We see that's Van Beekem moving himself into 1st, but Pointer seems to have a little bit of a problem, so I hope that the bike industry guys aren't snake bit all day today. He seems to be running, but man, they have just had problems. But now Van Beekem, if he's just running that much faster, which he was a 2nd quicker, and we're looking at their times, he was a 53 seconds, and Pointer was a 54.1. So right now we're watching the 864 Van Beekem out in front.
Van Beekem comes from the West Coast as well. Mesa, Arizona, the Polaris, R&R Steel, Muzzy, XMF. 3 laps down. We still have 3/4 of this race to go. It's a long one, even though they're on that short course. We open things up when we get to the Pro Lights.
Well, yeah, but when they threw water down, a lot of times they'll take a blade out there and they'll knock the dirt up, so it's not so slippery. As you see the guys going to the inside, there's Pointer moving his back about 10 car lengths, but you watch, everybody's running the cushion because it's too slippery on the inside. So what Kyle Hart needs to do is get up close, get a good eye on Van Beekem and Pointer, and wait for that yellow to come out, and then work his way, try to get to the front again.
You see that differential, and you see how these I don't want to say cars, buggies, I don't know what you
Race
call them.
cars.
But they are very, you see tippy. Unlike, we did not see CJ Greaves with a little lower center of gravity. We didn't see him doing that much two-wheeling, and he was just before.
Well, the course is completely different right now. If you watch Kyle as he comes in and starts sliding immediately, then it goes out to a really tacky cushion. We see Kyle start to come across, and see how it just drifts all the way across the course. So the track for the mod race is about half as good as it was for the stock event.
See those front wheels just spinning. You also hear that turbo in the vehicle as well. He's running a turbo, and you can do that in the modified class. So Hart's up into third, Hool in fourth, Zakowski in fifth. As it looks like we have a full course yellow. Something has happened, so this is going to repack them and restack them. And Kyle Hart now in third's really loving things. He's going to start right behind Pointer and Van Beekem.
But Van Beekem has the fastest lap time right now with a 52.6. So it's not a fluke that he's up in front. He's doing a great job. We see Pointer with a 54.2, and then we have Kyle Hart with a 53.8. So Kyle was the second quickest time that last lap.
And the fast lap of the race, you're talking about Van Beekem with a 52.6. That is 1.2 seconds faster than Kyle Hart's fastest lap. So 1.2 is an eternity.
Yeah, well, he's got the, that's what this guy does. I mean,
that's what he do, Ricky.
How do we
do it? What he do,
and he do it well. But the thing is, when you just like, one guy going from a Pro Light, CJ's done a great job going from Pro 2 to Pro 4. Most people can't do that, but this guy is a UTV racer through and through.
Well, see, I wonder if this guy's a UTV racer through and through. Kate Osborne, you have a special guest.
Yeah, special guest indeed. You mentioned, Ricky, that CJ is one of those guys who utilize the track, and I think that proves, Robbie, your point. He is a driver through and through. He is a UTV driver. First race, first win. Walk us through that event.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, the whole shot went, and there was people flipping on both sides of me before we even got to the first turn, and I got hit from behind and then got out into a little bit of clean air, got ran off the track, got pushed all over the place. But it was a really fun race. I mean, there's a lot of cautions we could have done without a couple of those, but it was just awesome to be able to learn the track a little bit more, and I think it taught me a lot because the track, just from these UTVs, was already going blue groove. So there's a good chance this Pro 2 and Pro 4 race are definitely going to go blue groove, but couldn't do it without Yamaha and everyone that stepped up to really make this happen. Monster Energy, Maxxis, Forest County, Potawatomi Method Race Wheels, Fox Shocks, all these guys really did a great job. We had a week and a half, 2 weeks to build this thing, and here it is. So really, can't thank them guys enough.
All right, CJ Greaves has to get off and go. Get ready for Pro 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to do something about that hair, man. He's getting crazy hair there. I mean, you envious of that hair.
Yeah, don't even bring up the hair. Okay, I'm in a transitional stage right now. I'm going from having hair to bald, and from balding to trying to grow it out a little bit. So I don't know what to do with it yet. So
he's looking good.
I'm waiting for the TORC tweet. Just wear a wig. So I might have an afro next week. I might have an Elvis. I might even just go buy a mullet.
Do it.
I'll do it.
Do it.
I ain't scared.
Do it.
So now, can Kyle Hart work his way up and get around Van Beekem? Because Van Beekem was throwing it down and running really strong. And with these guys rolling around, hopefully that they were utilizing the track. It doesn't look like it. They're just running. They're running on the other spots. But sometimes it's good to go over there and check those other parts of the track where it was really slick. But right now the cushion still seems the way around. But Van Beekem is the man on the move, Robert Van Beekem.
And we're also told that this is the competition caution, so the Mesa, Arizona man will not have to stop again due to that halfway point. So this will serve as the competition caution. R&R Steel, Muzzy, XMF out in the lead. Robert Van Beekem from Mesa, Arizona. That's a Polaris with Maxxis tires. Second place is our boy Pointer, the series points leader out of Belpre, Ohio. GVC Mongrel tired Polaris. Bikeman Performance, Mystic Kicker, Crash Addict Industries, Fox. Then you have Kyle Hart just behind him, Columbia, Louisiana, DWT, Amsoil, Maxxis entry on that Yamaha. And he, as soon as he makes that starting line, will be the 2016 TORC Series champion in the Two-Row Tire Pro Lights. We'll see him race here in just a bit. Green means go. We're back to racing. We've had the comp caution. Just about 7 laps remaining in this modified Pro UTV race.
Kyle Hart looking to the inside, but it's still really slick down there. He works his way back up to the outside of Pointer, but now, once again, looking to the inside to look for a slide job out of Kyle Hart, but no, he falls back in line.
Yeah, lost a little bit of ground there, and now somebody else trying to dive to the inside of him. Is that Hool, the 846, I believe? No, the 890 there. So bit.
That's Zukowski.
Good race throughout the field.
Oh, hard hit. Zukowski jumps way hard to the outside. Now he gets pushed up a little bit. You see the head slap back and forth. And now does a slide jump back to the inside. So great job by Zukowski.
Yeah, Zukowski in the 890 up in 5th place, making that left-hand turn. These are on the short course, the smaller of the 2 tracks. There's the 890 of Zukowski.
That's Hall. Then right behind him is Hall, and then Cuts. So as it goes down, it's a couple changes. Hart still in 2nd and 4th. Cuts in 5th, and Hall in 6th.
And Beacom still leading this race. Out in front is a 12-lap Pro Mod UTVs. We've already seen CJ Greaves win the stock division. Pointer is the series points leader with 1 victory that happened in Bark River at round number 3, but also a couple of seconds and a 4th. Travis Pointer sits in 2nd right now in the 898. You see him right there on the Bikeman entry. And there's Kyle Hartman. He's getting some pressure with Cuts all over him, all up in his business.
Cuts has been the man on the move. He's not putting together, actually he does, puts down the fastest lap time with a 51 seconds. So Cuts is on the move right now.
As they work through, find your favorite driver at the top of the screen. And again, it depends when they scroll through on when they cross that checkered flag. It might show a different driver in first, but we know Van Beekam's leading this one with a 51.8 lap time that last time around, and that was the fastest lap of the race. Van Beekam a 51.829.
Cuts looking to the inside. Oh, and Kyle Hart bicycles, loses a little bit, and Cuts gets to the inside. So Cuts was at the right place at the right time. It really wasn't a mistake by Kyle Hart. It just bent and got up on the bicycle.
And take advantage of it, Ricky. You talk about being in a different line. Cuts, cut to the inside, and we're going to have to start calling Kyle Hart Whiplash if he keeps doing that. Come on, Whiplash. What's wrong?
He's trying. And what's great, just for a moment, I want to talk about everybody that's listening to this. I got Chris Petrillo from Oakley, who was one of my great sponsors and a great friend. And now he's texting me saying,
he's watching.
Bald is beautiful, which, no, bald is not beautiful. Bald is not cool. Mullets are cool. Back to the race, but Kyle Hart working that inside line, Cuts on the outside. So great. I love this because Kyle's not giving up. He's trying to find other ways around, and that is going to help him in the Pro Light division.
I think a lot of people expected him to be the one that was out in front like CJ Greaves is. But let's take a look at what happened last time in the gravel pit. Now, who are we looking at?
Kyle comes in the yellow. He leans hard as he gets into it. He bicycles. He turns into it. So what the proper action to do, if you guys race this, watch. He comes in. He turns into it. As it starts to flip, he turns into the flip, gasses it, gets himself back under control, and then takes off. So if you are a casual UTV driver, I do a lot of training with these things. If it starts to flip, whichever way it's flipping, turn and gas. Not turn and brake, turn and gas. So Kyle Hart is working really hard trying to get back past Cuts. Cuts is on the inside. That's going to put Kyle on the cushion, which is the fastest way around.
You're seeing a lot of squat from that right rear tire and put it in there. Lower pressure gives you a little bit more grab too. And now Kyle Hart to the outside trying to get by Cuts. Cuts in the 824 on the inside. A little bit of a protective line. Can Kyle go out to in? We've seen him get on 2 wheels, and he's going to drive around. Now he's set up for the right-hander. He's set up for the right-hander on the inside. This is going to get interesting, Ricky.
But Kyle Cuts once again bouncing really hard. Probably use a little more compression to those front shocks, but that thing gets off the corner hard. That Polaris yanks Kyle off on the beginning, but you notice that Kyle makes it up at the end.
Three-way battle now. Zukowski sneaking in there as well, squared it up, just trying a different line as Hart. And he was hoping to make it to that, and now he's looking to the outside. Now they have spotters also talking to them, inside, outside, and right now Kyle Hart is everywhere. Now he goes to the inside here. That's a high-speed section to make contact. Expect something to go wrong, but keep your foot in it, Mr. Cuts, and we'll see where he comes out.
Cuts comes back out and right back on the course.
He cuts the track a little bit, no, but Kevin doesn't cut the track. He just came back on the safest point of entry, and that was there. Oh, what happened? That's Zukowski?
No, that is not Zukowski.
What happened to
that was a lapper. So now we see Cuts coming back as he lands. Man, that lands hard. That has got to snap his neck. And now we see him coming to the inside. And whenever somebody bumps you and passes you, your anger comes up and Cuts shoots to the inside. And that's exactly what I was talking about, how strong this Polaris comes off the corner. Kyle could make it at the end of the straightaway, but Cuts yanks him right at the beginning, and that's because he's got that centrifugal clutch and it pulls it out. But Kyle Hart not giving up.
Squirrely McGee back there, Kyle Hart in the UTV. This is the mod class, and Van Beekam has about a 3-second advantage over Travis Pointer out in front? What do you
watch Kyle Hart's right front wheel. It looks like it's like
wobbly.
wobbly to the left and to the right. He might have bent a tie rod or something as he comes in. See how he's turning and his right front's not following it. So right now it looks like he might have done something, broken a gear.
Yeah.
As we see it start to wobble a little bit there. Well, what's happening is that he can't drive. See,
it's not going where he wants it to. He might lose that whole thing.
He could, because right now the left wheel seems to be the primary wheel. The right wheel's kind of along for the ride. We see it bouncing around, and he's still doing a great job with it, but he's got quite a few more laps to go.
I hope it's not any bad fortune, but if that thing does go down and we have contact in the ground, it could be a one-handed double face-auger pretty fast, and you can't recover from that quick enough.
Yeah, we see it start to get worse and worse, and Kyle's trying to correct. The right wheel's just kind of along for the ride. The left wheel seems to be, he doesn't watch his hands. He's turning, but that right wheel still turns out, so he's driving basically with one wheel.
Dude, he's driving pretty darn good, going through traffic. What happened there?
See, look at both front wheels are totally towed out. The left wheel is driving and the right wheel is just sort of hanging there. So he might have broken it. That's Decker, who has come to a stop. He's buddies with Eric Miller, the King of the Hammers champion. So came all the way from all back east, and now he's off to a stop. So we got 2 laps to go. And so with Kyle Hart with a limping vehicle, see how both wheels are.
I don't think Hart wanted to see that yellow flag. I think he was in a comfortable 4th, but now you're going to bring up Poole and Schutte and all those guys up to him and far. They might be able to get by him now that they're going to have start nose to tail. I really don't think he wanted to see that yellow. But now when we see Pointer, he has the championship in hand. He's in 2nd place. Does he still try and throw it in there and win this race and possibly lose the championship?
All right. Pointer says those guys all come from motocross. Motocross guys are they're missing a chromosome in their head. Why? Because these are my people. They want to win all the time. They're going to give 100%. So Pointer is going to go for the win, just the way everybody else in this division does. Look, Kyle Hart knows that his vehicle is broken, has to win his Pro Light Championship. What does he do? He stays out there.
He races.
He stays out there. You know, if that was you or myself, Robbie, I'd probably go, you know what?
Yeah, I've had enough.
I think I've had enough. I think I'll tap out and go get ready for the Pro Light race, but not Kyle Hart. He's the champion. He wants to get out there, wants to keep fighting for his sponsors, and that's why sponsors stick behind these young guys.
And we talked to him yesterday, and he said, yeah, I'll race both days. I'm ready to go. I mean, he's out there. He's a racer's racer. He has fun, and we'll see him have fun in the Tour Tire Pro Lights in just a bit. So 2 laps to go in this mod class, the Pro Mod UTVs. Who has the keys to the big house? Will it be Van Beekem, Pointer? Hart still has a chance. They're the top 3 as it is right now. So the next time around, they should take the green flag. Then the next time when they come around, they will get the white flag. So at the TORC arch, they'll get the green. Then at the finish line, they'll get the white. And then the next time around, they will get the checker.
So normally it's a green, white checker. This is a
green white checker. Green, white, then the checker.
Well, checker.
And there's where our television compound is. I hope Daryl's doing all right behind the billboard back there. One of our sound guys that's usually in here. You're my boy Blue. He's back there. And we've had a few testy subjects trying to exit the track in that portion this week. And Daryl from Texas, our boy, you know, he's having problems with some of these Minnesota folks.
Van Beekem has still been putting down the fastest lap, so in theory he should be able to run away from these guys, but Pointer is going to give him everything he's got.
So as we see the yellow flag out, I thought we were getting those. So the next time in the on that opposite side over there, they'll get the green, and then when they come across the flag stand, they will get the white, and then 1 full lap of this short course, they will get the checkered.
There we see Zakowski on the sidelines, and that's what I love about these racers, that they're fans as well as racers. Like, well, I can't race, so I'm going to go and watch my friends go battle.
So. 2 Polarises, 1 and 2. So we know they probably have similar power plants. Van Beekem on the R&R still, Muzzy entry, and he gets a good launch. I see Kyle Hart not too far back there in 3rd. We know that wheel's wobbly. Travis Pointer, the series points leader, in 2nd. He's got about a lap and a half if he's going to win this race to win the championship.
Van Beekem with a strong line. Pointer going outside, looking inside.
Like it.
He might have something up his sleeve, but Van Beekem is really strong. Whenever they got, because you have to do a lot of work with the clutches to get them to work. It's a lot like the converter in the automatic transmission. Oh, and he goes wide.
Mistake, going to the inside, white flag, and look at how close it is. And they come across the stripe, 0.15 of a second on the last lap.
Yeah, Beacon with a good line around the outside. Pointer loses a little bit of ground there, but Pointer's been doing a great job in the gravel pit. Let's see if he can pull it back in.
What happened, though? He was so close taking the flag and then missed it in that left-hander. You're going to just giving that Polaris everything he's got.
He is just wringing his neck, and we still see Kyle Hart in a distant third, and that's because Kyle can't steer the vehicle. Oh, we see Kyle has lost a couple of points, cuts, and also Judy has gotten by him, but it's this man, Van Beekem, looks like he's going to take it home. You notice how Van Beekem was kind of breaking a little bit short there, and now he pushes a little bit through this turn, so something might be a foul, but here comes the checkered flag.
Yeah, checkered flag comes out. Van Beekem takes the first win of the TORC series at the final stop. The 864 proves he's the fastest and over second advantage over the series champion, Travis Pointer in second. Finishing in third is going to be Kevin Cutts out of Frostproof, Florida. We'll talk to the winners in the mods and the stocks when we return to Crandon.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Truck in, we'll swap those tires out so we can get you going down the road.
What would happen if a side-by-side had more power than it ever needed, a smoother ride than ever expected, and as much storage and customization as a pickup truck? Where would you take a side-by-side like that? Where would it take you? Step behind the wheel of the new Bad Boy Stampede 900 4x4 with 80 horsepower and see for yourself what would happen.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Welcome back to the Big House. We're at Crandon, Wisconsin for TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. Robbie Floyd, Ricky Johnson. We just got through calling some exciting pro UTVs in the mods as well as the stock. And speaking of, down there in the victory circle or up on the podium should be the Pro Stock UTV Championship winner, Corey Weller with Kate Osborne.
Yeah, and she is absolutely all smiles here. This has been so exciting for you, but that championship actually came down to that race. Caution happened with Jason Luberg, and you had to sit there and think, wow, you could take it here, but you had to run clean. How did that affect your race?
You know, the thing about off-road racing that I learned over the years is anything can happen. It's never over till it's over, and you just have to push and push and push till the very, very end. And, you know, unfortunately, I hate to see it happen that way, but at the same time, I'll take it very happily. So, yeah, as soon as he pulled off, I mean, I knew I just had to be smooth and finish and not roll it trying to pass somebody I need to pass, or, you know, just not get into lap traffic or anything like that. So basically from that point on, it was just, you know, survival. And hey, if I got on the podium, that was a bonus, but I really, really wanted that championship.
Your new stock UTV champion, Corey Weller.
And also going to Yamaha, they win the race, but they also win the championship, and that's half of our UTVs, and they are new for 2016, and we had 5 total races. They came in, you know, at the Elk River event. It's been pretty exciting.
Well, what I love is that Yamaha started this whole division with the Rhinos, but then back then it was very fishy with the lawsuits and all the different stuff, so they sort of backed away from it. They were the ones that were the first to build a UTV.
Right.
And then they walked away from it, and now they're back, and it's awesome because, you know, I was fortunate enough to ride for Yamaha. I've done a lot of great things with them. in the past couple years. But they're such a great company to work for, and they have a great time, and they build fun products to go ride and stuff like that. But to see Corey Weller win this championship, it's awesome for her. It's awesome for women, So I know that my daughter Cassidy loves to drive and ride and stuff like that. She doesn't take it as serious as Luke, but it's one of those things that you gotta let the girls ride too and drive.
And you see it in the mod cars too. There's some fast young ladies coming up through the field.
Oh yeah, Brian Deegan has his whole family. I joke and say that he's like the Kardashian of motorsports because he's got his 2 sons, his daughter, everybody going. But they take it so serious. Brian was obviously the metal militia, the general from there and stuff like that. But he takes his racing very serious, very diligent about his training. He's very diligent about his kids racing as well. So it's good to see, as we said, some girls out there banging fenders with these other guys.
We see all the displays out there, the Racing Dirty tent. That's where you can get the souvenir stuff. We also have the Crandon World Cup this weekend tomorrow, crowning out the world champions. But speaking of champions, the winner of this race, the 864, Robert Van Beekum, takes the win in the mod class. Congratulations. Kate's with it.
Yeah, this is a big win for you. This is something, as you claim out of your UTV, hands are in the air. And we are saying that again. So this was a big victory for you. When you climbed out of your UTV, your arms were in the air. You were stoked already. Why was that such a big victory for you?
Well, first of all, I've always dreamed about coming to Crandon. We come here from Mesa, Arizona, and we're a West Coast driver. We always race in California and Arizona, Nevada, Utah. And to come out here to Crandon, we see this. Look at this crowd. This is why I'm happy. Look at this crowd. There's so many people here to see us race. It's unbelievable.
Your winner here in Mod UTV.
Yes, he is, and he appreciates it. I mean, when you show up here, especially the West Coast guys, they think they know what to expect, and then you actually get here and you go, wow.
Well, and I keep going back to saying you're embraced by the whole town. Everything here, it's more than that. You've watched the races, you've watched the videotapes of Jack Flannery and Jamie Flannery and Jed Flannery and all these different guys. But when you come and you see how big this track is and everybody line up along the fence and stuff like that, it's just a great experience. And congratulations to Robert Van Beekum.
And congratulations to the 898 from Belpre, Ohio. The Bikeman Performance Machine does do it, and he takes the victory. Travis Pointer is your champion in the Pro Mod UTVs. Kate Osborne's caught up with him.
Yeah, Travis was telling me this really means a lot to him because they really wanted to be pioneers here, bringing this series to TORC. And you've done it. You've won the championship. Why is this so special here at Crandon?
Because I've been watching Crandon since I was a kid, watching Scott Taylor and all them guys, and then Johnny Greaves and CJ Greaves. So I've always wanted to come here. And when we got an invite from TORC to come race, I was like so pumped. And then also, to win the first championship for side-by-sides, to me, that's huge. That's something that you can't take out of the history books, and it was way more important to me than a win today. So I just wanted to be smooth and finish and get that championship.
Travis Pointer, your Mod UTV champion here in TORC.
Sure enough, has the kicker gear out there as well. Mystic is one of his sponsors, representing them well, and he was strong throughout the season, stayed in the top 5 the entire time. Started off the season with 4th, but a second, first, second, and another top 5 as well. Travis Pointer, your winner, as well as Corey Weller in the championships.
Brakes on the left and the right. You got this? Get your brake levers ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead, Cash.
We know dirt. Maxxis tires.
Outside of 1 is not where you want to be. Affirmative, sir. You're doing good. Relax. Everybody getting ready for more ride? That worked fine for me. Hey, can I trade you sunglasses? Yeah, sure.
There she is. There's Crandon as the course worker is preparing for the next race up on deck for TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSO, Crandon International Off-Road Raceway in the Sea-Town, Crandon, Wisconsin. I'm Robbie Floyd. This is RJZ, Ricky Johnson, the champ.
What up?
And Ricky, Kate Osborne's down there trackside trying to get some inside scoop right now. But a fun race so far, 2 races down and still plenty more to go. Any predictions before we get to there?
Well, we saw 2 drivers. Kyle Hart, that's running in the Pro Light, was just out there in the UTV. We also saw CJ Greaves, who's been dominant in everything this year, including UTV. So congratulations to him, Yamaha, and also the champions. We saw
we're about to see him again.
Yeah, we saw Corey Weller wrap up a champion, stuff like that. So I think, as CJ said, it's getting blue groove very quick. Normally the dirt is deep, and it'll start to pull big chunks of dirt off, but I think it's just going to polish and it's going to get really slick. So the cushion is going to work to a certain degree. Then the guys are going to have to start shooting across and use some throttle management.
Don't you think some of the the cautions that we had in the red flags, do you think that might have caused some of that problems because they can't add water necessarily as quickly as they would generally?
Yeah, and then also the side-by-sides, they don't beat the track up. So they're moving the dirt side to side, and then it's making it a little more slick and blue groove. But I think we're going to see the same guys going here, but anything can happen in turn 1. Turn 1 is the biggest thing. It's the biggest fear. As a driver, you sit up there. You can act like you're not afraid, but you're just lying to everybody, including yourself. Because when I would sit there, my hands sweat. I get nervous. I try to make idle chit-chat. That, no big deal. I'm just going to go down there. But I'll be honest with you. When you sit in there, you better be right with God because you know that bad things can't happen in turn 1, and we've seen it.
But we're about to see it again. Let's take a look. Ricky, let's take a look.
But it doesn't stop you from giving it all you got.
Surely it happens in turn 1 or before you get to turn 1.
Watching the inside, we'll see a side-by-side, up and over, and around it goes. So you called him Flipper, which I don't think he's really stoked about that.
He said it himself even.
Yeah, but he said he got somebody right into his door, and around he went. Here we see CJ Greaves getting into Luberg, and next thing you know, Luberg's inside was broken. Now, that was not intentional.
No.
CJ was just trying to draft him, and they got into him a little bit. But CJ with a great run. We see Miles Cheek making a run on the inside, but was unable to stay with CJ Greaves. And that's where I don't think his car was that much faster than everybody. I think that he was just in the right place at the right time on that track.
And we saw quite a few full course cautions, some red flags. This caused a full course caution as well. They're pretty much closed off, but you can hook wheels and they tump over very easily. There's CJ Greaves in his first time in the Pro UTV stock class on that Graves Yamaha, making that right-hand turn, and he was pretty much uncontested once he got out in front, taking the victory here in his first race in the Pro UTV. What about the Pro Mods? They give him a turbo here and there, and we saw Kyle Hart start on that second row with a fair start.
Well, they were going back and forth. Here we're watching Kyle Hart working the outside. Him and Cuts were going back and forth, inside, outside, inside, outside. Here, they start to bang into each other, and next thing you know, Cuts comes down across. Didn't intentionally do it, but he cut across the front of him and then off into the grass and back out.
And I want to point out, at that point, he was also penalized because he stayed on the throttle when he did cut the course. So we didn't see that. He was penalized, moved back, but he did eventually work his way back into third.
Last lap, we saw a great, but it was
Robert Van Beekem.
Yeah, Van Beekem got out in front. He came all the way out here from Mesa, Arizona. He pushes a little bit wide here on the exit, but he does hold it and takes home the checkered flag.
Van Beekem takes the victory. It's Travis Pointer that takes the championship, but we also, we see a variety of things with Kenda tires. We see Sean Morris's mug across the side of his truck, but they're more than just about off-road racing. Quite a different avenues with Kenda tires.
We're with Michael Higgs from Kenda Tire, a.k.a. Kenda Mike. Now, Michael, you're the title sponsor on Sean Morris's Pro Light. You obviously make a tire that the Pro Light racers race. Why short course racing?
Well, we're involved in a number of other motorsports with our other products. We started with bicycle tires and moved on to radial trailer tires. We do a lot of specialty power sports stuff, from ATVs to UTVs, motorcycle, and we thought that the Pro Light class was an excellent venue for that, just due to the fact that you have to use an off-the-shelf tire that's available to the general public.
They say you might not even know it, but you've had a set of Kendas on your car. Either bicycles, motorcycles, trucks, whatever you need, Kenda's got a tire for you.
As you see the breeze blowing, we talked about, well, maybe the wind switched around. You can see those flags, the Forest County Potawatomi flags, aiming towards the fans in the stands and the grassy knoll there. They've laid the water down. They've smoothed out the track. Sometimes I think they smooth the track too much. I like seeing it rough. I like seeing them make adjustments, but it's just part of the racing. That's kind of where it's gone to today.
Well, but in this, they say that this is the Talladega, the Daytona of the short course off-road. Is the biggest track. So if it gets too rough on some of the big fast turns where they're backing it in, it becomes extremely dangerous. But I'm with you. I want to see suspension. I would like to see Crandon a little bit rougher. So I don't know if they're going to listen to me or not.
No.
I would like to see some more jumps, a little more of this, a little more of that.
Look how look how deep they are compared to what we saw in the UTVs, and they're 15 wide.
Yeah. They're 15 wide with 5 behind them, and so sometimes people think that inside line is a better place to be, but the way they've done turn 1 is that it's going to be a good, safe way to be up there. But that guy on the inside, we see Kyle Hart, all he has to do is roll forward, and he's got the championship, so you know he's going to go for it. He's not going to hold back.
No, and Kyle Hart on that inside, the second he takes off, he will be the champion. But also, as we look at all the people in the second row too, what happens when you're on that second row and you get the roost and you see the pointers that we have signifying that is Kyle Hart to that inside? Without that last little roller, before when that roller was there, if you're on the inside, it was nuts because it would unload the truck a little bit. Now that it's not there, if you get a good start, you can keep it pinned and maybe get the start from that very inside spot.
You can't keep it pinned.
You can?
You like to think you can keep it pinned, but you just can't. The physics won't work. When you're on the outside and you're on the track and you're using it, remember Kate was talking about that berm, how it pinched the turn a little bit. Right now when they're racing lap after lap, they get right up against there, and they still have to crack the throttle just a hair to get the nose to plant, and then they can hold it wide open through. So on your very first lap with the water and the way they do it, you cannot keep it pinned. You want to, but the only one that used to be able to do that was Jeff Kincaid, and that's back when they had a berm on the outside where Jeff would choose to start on the outside and carry it around. But right now, you have to throttle your way through.
So we see the last-minute adjustments, maybe locking their driver into the truck in that harness, and a new what do you call it? What do you call the guys that talk to the two? I guess Spotters Tower. God, I could not think of that. New Spotters Tower here as well, and they can see the whole track.
Mark your tapes, people. Robbie Floyd has messed up. It's normally me. It's normally me that makes that mistake, but and now we're on this little webisode right now.
I use the technical term, those dudes that talk to the drivers. That was as technical as I could get. Spotter was not there.
Spotter was too long. There's the new spotter tower, and they put that up there, and that's part of why that berm is there, so that if a driver gets off, we see a little shaka hang loose. That looks like Casey Curry's dad up there. It might even be Mike Wyman up there. So the spotters tower from Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1.
Welcome back to TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. We're at the Big House, Crandon, Wisconsin, the final stop on the TORC Series Tour. Who will be crowned champion? We're about to find out. If Kyle Hart takes off, he will be crowned champion. So we can go ahead and give him that championship belt. He will win the championship, but he's trying to win the race. The fastest qualifier is Cam Reimers. That liquid wrench truck surprised a lot of people, but he's been fast as of late. He'll start second from the inside. Kyle Kleiman, look at him, fourth from the inside. He's on a 4-race win streak. Can he make it 5 in a row? And there's other big names in that front row start, including Travis Dinsmore, a Crandon winner, a winner this year, and one of the most aggressive drivers you'll find in any form of motorsports. But also another Crandon winner and a crowd favorite, the old man, Sean Morris, in a young man's field. He is the 140-something that wants to beat them all.
Yeah, and Sean, and a lot of people might think the inside is the way to go, but if you can get a good run from the outside and not get tangled with anybody, that's the thing. You have to have a clean run, but a lot of times guys are bouncing bumps from side to side, and here we have the Cowboy. He's ready to make his monumental run across the way, but you got to make sure that you go as straight as you can because it's going to be tight in turn 1.
As you see Cowboy
making his way down the front. He's been doing it forever. This might be our 47th running with Crandon, but I'm telling you, he's been doing it for 50 years. He practiced those first 3 years, and he has never fallen. There's the Cowboy, and we're about to fire up these steeds and see who can get the whole shot at the final race of the year, 100 miles an hour, entering this right-handed off-camber turn. Everybody up on the rev limiters, face designate from red to yellow. Yellow will go green, and we're about to take off. Here we go. A 9-lap race and a great start by Kyle Hart on the inside. The Liquid Wrench truck in second. He's been strong as of late, and our fastest qualifier, but Travis Dinsmore on the outside looking to sweep.
Travis Dinsmore around the outside. Kyle Hart, Travis with a great line. Oh, Travis Pecoy looks like he gets offline into the wall. Now he's back on. Oh, and he goes side to side.
He's
back
going the wrong
around.
way, and what a save. That is about as easy as he's going to get off. He kept his foot in him. Cody Kleiman getting into him just a little bit, but the guy who's been racing the Global Rallycross Series, he's got to do it in the dirt this time. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
And they did not want to see this guy get out front. Travis Dinsmore flies here at Crandon. He gets the whole shot from the outside, and now it is Kyle Hart in second, and then Kyle Kleiman in third. But our fastest qualifier is in fourth.
Travis Dinsmore on the Slico entry, number 43. He won here twice last year. He's good at this track. He said it just feels like home. And we're seeing the guy in second place who's now going to be crowned the 2016 champion in the Naturo Tire Pro Light. He has nothing to lose. Neither does Kyle Kleiman, who's in third. Kleiman on that 4-race win streak. I don't know what he found midway through this year, but it's right.
Yeah, definitely. He's done a great job. He's got that Pro Power motor in there. But he's done a great job. You know, his father races, his brother races, and so they hit the setup. But you know, you got to give it to the kid. He's just done it. Luke Johnson into the wall. Looks like he'll still be going into Argonne. So a little bit sideways, back to Morale. So now he's got to work his way all the way from the back up to the front.
I'm looking at guys trying to work their way up. You see Kyle Kleiman losing body parts. That is just fiberglass. I'm seeing the Liquid Wrench entry also in that mix as well. That would be Cam Reimers, and Reimers, he's figured out something as of late. The McGonigal engine's really been turning a lot of horsepower, and he's the only one running that motor, and he's got it dialed.
Yeah, Cam Reimers did a great job in qualifying, was running really fast, and now we see him start to work up at the back of Kyle Kleiman, and we see Casey Curry, a West Coast guy, coming out here, so it's great to see some of the West Coast drivers make it back to Crandon.
Casey Curry was fast at the last rounds in Charlotte, but that was a short track, a different setup, and you saw some of the guys having to make quite a few adjustments going from that really short, tight track to here the wide open, especially with suspension.
Well, yeah, you got to dial your gear in, and depending on how they prepare the dirt, is a completely different setup, because you get to a point where you're trying to run the max RPM and everything right, so you want to keep as much speed as possible without bogging down that motor. You hear the motors start to like kind of pop, 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 and that's because they have a rev limit right around 6,000 RPM.
And we're talking about horsepower. We're going to see the horsepower progress as the day goes along. 450, safe to say, in these or more.
Yeah, but you can hear them pop as they go over the top because the wheels get light, and so the wheels spin a little bit faster than the actual speed. So that's where you hear what they call a rev chip. I know there's a lot of motorheads out there that you know exactly what that is, but they can set them at different levels, and these have a rev limiter of about 6,000 RPM.
Almost a little stepper up right there. The way that the rollers are, if you can time that just right, you can make up a lot of ground.
Yeah, well, and you can see, suspension's not key when it comes to jumps, because the jumps are pretty, fast, and they don't kick you a lot. But you see these guys landing a little bit sideways on these production DOT tires. You got to be careful with that, because you can knock one right off the beat or tear the sidewall.
Dinsmore, Hart, Kleiman, Reimers, Curry, your top 5 as it stands right now. But the way that these trucks are set up could be set up for the first part of the race or the back half of the race. How do you think this track will progress? And Travis Dinsmore may have the fastest truck out there right now with a 127.6, but is he set up for the front half of this race?
He's just driving away from right now. He has the right setup, he has the right package, and he's moving away. As we look at the times, he's very close. Actually, Kyle Hart was quicker that time, and so was Kyle Kleiman, but still, Dinsmore was the first driver to get into the 27s.
Yeah, 127.4 for Dinsmore, 127.1 for Kyle Hart. So at 0.3 of a second, a lap faster, the series champion could put some pressure on. And yes, halfway through this race, we will have the competition caution, so they will have to re-rack and restack no matter what.
Well, we have seen in the past that Dinsmore has been faster at the beginning of the race, and where Hart has been quicker, and also climbing at the end. I love it. Here's the new fancy stuff that we were talking about. We got these pointers that show us exactly who Kyle Hart is. As he comes in here, he's noted right up against the berm, works his way in, and wide open all the way around turn 1 and 2. But I like the exit of Kyle Kleiman.
Yes, it was. I mean, he initiated early, and he was almost like a drifting car on that very inside, but you only have so much room for error when you do that, Ricky. One little bobble, and he shoots straight into that wall.
Well, you have to give up a little bit on entry, but you're going to make a lot on exit. So you give up a half a car length on entry, and you make a whole car length on exit. That works out to where half a car length up. So it's simple math. It's simple math, but if you're a half a line off, it can bite you.
Now, you want to talk about simple math? When you look at Kyle Kleiman, he's won 4 in a row. He's won 5 total. Where would he be? He's only 20 points behind Kyle Hart coming into today. Where would he be if he had those 2 races? He would probably be your series points leader.
Yeah, but you're a different driver when you have to protect a lead. And what Kyle Hart has had to do is he has had to work his way and be up front, but he's been fast every week.
Yeah.
So it's a different story when you're the guy leading the points, and can you handle that pressure? But he has done a great job at just doing a great job of driving out in front.
And Kyle Hart had his bad times as well. As I see in the backdrop, I see Luke Johnson with a little white smoke as we're looking at Travis Dinsmore, the Sleeko number 43. Our Canadian started in 6th, so that means he was 6th from the inside, but he's out in front. And if you remember last year at Crandon, he was on the front row and he made an exit stage left, went right across the entire field. One of the scariest moments it had to be in his life.
Exactly, but you were talking about pre-jumping those rollers coming out of the start turn, and Travis Dinsmore did it absolutely perfect in his truck. He did absolutely perfect. It bounced and it kind of double skipped, and he's got the right combination right now. That kid is flying.
Just listen to those motors rev. That thing is going exactly where he wants to, and he's putting that right side in the looser stuff as well. Do they really have to worry about Crandon here saving their tires like they would maybe on some of those half-mile overs?
The way the track is right now, no, because you can still see it's not working them that hard, but they are running the sidewall, so what you got to watch is if you come in too hard, like I said before, you can rip the sidewall. But if you notice, Travis has just got his rear wheels out of the fluff, not too deep, because you get out there too far and it starts to drag the motor down. So he's got a great line, little bit too sideways there, but you can't really fault the guy that's driving away from everybody. And he's now at a 26.3 with Kyle Hart with a 26.5, but Kyle Kleiman with a 26.1. So these guys are almost at qualifying pace.
Look at this. Oh, and he's backing around. He keeps his foot in it and steers out of it. And that lost a lot of time, but don't you appreciate as a driver and a champion how Kyle Kleiman is doing the different stuff? Yeah,
he's trying. He's not just going to settle in and wait for the yellow flag. He's trying to get around him so he can get a shot at Dinsmore after the yellow flag. But so he came in, shot across, a little too happy on the gas, and spun around. So tough break for him, but he's not. We still have the yellow flag coming up, and now we're watching 2 of the West Coast guys going after Casey Curry and Brandon Arthur, who've been unbelievably fast on the West Coast.
And I could be wrong, but I think Harline back there outside the top 10 might have one of the top 3 fastest times. So there's guys throughout the pack that are going extremely fast, and we will have to re-rack and restack after the 5th lap with that mandatory competition caution.
As you watch Kleiman come in, there's a big bump there, and that's actually a drain. Normally they fill it in, but when they do it, it's not as hard as the normal dirt. So what's happening is that hole is opening up, and it's making them kick.
23, you can hear that motor revving. The comp caution is coming now. Paris, Ontario, Canada's Travis Dinsmore. Let's go down to Kate Osborne.
Well, right now, Jake Lunderby just pulled into the hot pit. It looks like he is having an issue with his right rear tire. It's actually, the truck is so low, they're having a hard time getting that jack up in order to get rim off there. Looks like they're going to hopefully replace the tire and get Jake out there, hopefully by the end of this caution.
Unfortunately, some bad luck for Jake Lunderby, who's had plenty of bad luck for 2016, but it looks good for Travis Dinsmore. The Sleeko 43 is out in front. Will he stay there?
There's a lot of performance hidden in these tires. These tires are insanely good. Selected as a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. If this is what experts thought about Cooper tires, imagine what you'll have to say. They're impressive on all surfaces. Put Cooper tires on your car today.
What would happen if the side-by-side had more power than it ever needed? A smoother ride than ever expected? and as much storage and customization as a pickup truck. Where would you take a side-by-side like that? Where would it take you? Step behind the wheel of the new Bad Boy Stampede 900 4x4 with 80 horsepower and see for yourself what would happen.
As you see the drivers prepare for the back half of this race, Travis Dinsmore makes that hairpin turn and looks over and sees who's behind him. And you see Kyle Hart not too far behind. He will start directly behind. As we prepare to resume action, Travis Dinsmore in the Sleeko 43 in the Atturo Tire Pro Light Division is leading the field with 4 laps to go. It's only befitting that the Atturo Tire Ford is out in front, a guy who is very fast here at Crandon.
But Travis, I'm sorry, but Kyle Hart did a 25.8. That was the pole sitting time for qualifying. So in the middle of the race, Travis, I'm sorry, I keep calling him Travis, but Kyle Hart pulled off the fastest lap time so far.
So we're thinking that Kyle Hart may have a little something extra for Travis Dinsmore, and I don't know about that because I think Hart's really going to get a good jump. Dinsmore didn't start on the backside of that jump like we've seen before. Cam Reimers in fourth, the liquid wrench entry in that other yellow truck. There goes on the inside.
Climbing, looking on the inside, little bump and bang, but here comes Casey Curry around the outside trying to get around Cam Reimers, and it bounces. Oh, it was a very physical race at this point.
And you look at it, Kyle Kleiman going to the inside. If he can just get that drive, he's not going to do it right there, but I like how Kleiman is taking different avenues. Casey Curry also in that number 2 Monster Energy machine. He is trying different lines, and he was fast. He squares it up, but he's not going to get the drive when he bogged the motor down that hard.
Kyle Kleiman gets a little, same thing. He's looking at the inside, and he's got a little too much throttle, and he seems to be backing around. That's what's getting him. He can get close, but he's got to make sure that he's ready, not to shoot to the inside too early. Once again to the inside, he gets loose coming off. This time he manages the throttle. Great job by Kyle Kleiman.
And you can approach that Argon turn a little different than most, and you see Kleiman go to that inside more often, and right now he's in the back end of Kyle Hart. Kate Osborne, you have more on Kyle?
Well, I walked into Kyle's pit earlier today, and I said, how are you feeling? He said, you know what, I am so relieved. Here's the story. He said after Charlotte, he felt everybody was making a big deal about the championship. He couldn't sleep that night, so he went on the TORC website to see that it was not official. He said the last couple of weeks have been so hard on him. So today he wanted to say thanks, Cam Reimers, for helping him out with that one. But he did say he has nothing to lose. This is potentially his last lights race, and it's going to go out for the win.
Yeah, he's going to go out and stall either way, Ricky, and right now he's got a lot of pressure from Kyle Kleiman. Kleiman is all behind him, but I want to take a look back as, again, they get that little hook up. What happened just behind these 3 going into that hairpin turn? I almost thought I saw a T-bone.
Well, yeah, we're gonna watch. I'm pretty sure that's Brandon Arthur come straight in, right into Casey Curry. You know, Casey did a great job because the spotters can't see all the way down here, and so Brandon Arthur comes straight up the inside, a big block move, but I imagine we will see some retaliation from Casey Curry for sure.
And I was literally going to point out Casey because I thought he was one of the fastest, most aggressive drivers, and that could take him out of the chance of the win.
Right, now we've already had the competition yellow, and right now, Dinsmore has a comfortable lead, and he doesn't seem to be folding. He's made some mistakes in the past when he gets pressure, but now he's squeaked out, and he just keeps keep knocking it down. So hats off to that Sleeko Racing Atturo Tire Pro Light. He's done a great job, and right now you can see him doing a great job. He runs with the dynamic transmission converters, and it seems to have the right combination. See how he just wheelies, like you said, bounce up and over? Good job by Dinsmore at this point.
Kyle Hart of that Amsoil Max entry loses a body panel there. Now, how much does that bother you? Because it was flapping in the wind like that, and it caused a little bit of vibration, or once you're going that fast, you just kind of block it out?
If it's not slapping in your face, you don't worry about it. Right now, we see a little bit of vibration coming from the inside of Dinsmore. So, and I see that Kyle Hart starts to make a little ground, so we could have a problem with our leader.
Dude, what a setup that time by Kyle Hart, too. He's going to get a good drive. Look at Kyle Hart going in. We have 3 wide as they hit the Walker Evans jump, the biggest jump here at Crandon.
And now the Slico entry. I think that truck may have been set up for the first half of that race, and Kyle is really starting to find his own right now. He has the fastest lap for the race by 0.2 of a second, and he's less than 0.2 of a second behind here.
Well, and these guys, remember, they have DOT tires, so you have to take a tire that's off the rack. You can't soak it. You can do your modifications and cuts to it, but we don't know. We'll find out what tire works better at the end of the race, the Cooper, Arturo, or Maxxis.
Still do not count out Kyle Kleiman, looking for 5 wins in a row. He's in that Ponzi entry just behind, lives right around the Park River area. He wants to win here in Crandon as well, but we will have about a lap and a half remaining between Dinsmore, Hart, and Kleiman. You have to think one of these 3 drivers are going to take the victory. Casey Curry's back there waiting for it in case they don't.
Right, well, and he got back around Brandon Arthur, who, like we just showed, who did a very aggressive pass on him, but he didn't really hit him, just kind of went in and shut the door. Yeah, straight at him. But right now, Dinsmore has the hookup, and they just got to watch jumping too hard off of that barn turn.
And also that big kick. Watch as they launch off of here, how that truck sets up. Oh, and somebody in. Is that Jake Lunderby again? Man, that kid has no luck. Will this bring out just a caution in that one section or a full course caution?
He is off to the outside, so that's a dangerous spot. You don't want to have him get hit by another driver, so they're probably going to want to get him out of there.
And it's right here, too. They're saying, you know, yellow flag in that one spot, but that's going to be the finish, too. That's where they're going to end it. Look at it. And this time around, they get the white flag. Look at how close it is. Dinsmore, Hart, Kleiman, you can throw a blanket over them, and only one more lap to go in the pro lights.
Dinsmore a little bit sideways. We see Hart is keeping it nice and tidy. But right now, Kleiman in the catbird seat. He's hoping
they take each other out.
Kyle Hart takes him out, and he can walk away with his 5th win in a row. But right now, these are 3 winners all year. These guys have been the class in the field all year long. So right now, Dinsmore seems to have what's going on. Taking a look at Lunderby. He gets wide. All of a sudden, he hooks the wall, bounces him out. He has nowhere to go to a direct stop. That's a hard hit for him. He had a bad crash in Charlotte. Hopefully, he's okay.
One more time into that fast right hand off camber. Travis Dinsmore, no problems there. Now, all right, now you can breathe a little bit.
Exactly.
Does Hart have enough for him? You've got that one little ditch, as you called it, you know, that drainage ditch at the bottom of this turn. Big jump here.
Kyle
Watch
Hart
how they
with
set
a
up.
great run, and if we see Dinsmore block too much, and here we see Kyle Hart going to the inside. Now, can he make it stick?
He's got to take that front end line a little bit. Now he's got to cross over, and we do have a change for the lead. Can he get the drive coming off? The Slico's going to get more forward bite, but they're going to be side by side with only 1 turn remaining, and there's Kleiman ready to pounce if they mess up.
Kleiman shooting to the inside. He's going to get by Hart, and there's a little bump.
What a 3-way battle. It's coming to the finish line. Is it Dinsmore with the win? Hart in second. Kleiman's going to finish 3rd. We knew we were going to see aggressive driving. We see it to the very end. Congratulations, Travis Dinsmore. You win a tough one here in Crandon.
There's a lot of performance hidden in these tires. These tires are insanely good. Selected as a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. If this is what experts thought about Cooper tires, imagine what you'll have to say. They're impressive on all surfaces. Put Cooper tires on your car today.
What would happen if a side-by-side had more power than it ever needed, a smoother ride than ever expected, and as much storage and customization as a pickup truck? Where would you take a side-by-side like that? Where would it take you? Step behind the wheel of the new Bad Boy Stampede 900 4x4 with 80 horsepower. See what would happen if you had more power than you knew what to do with. Explore with it, take command with it, go camping in it, hunting in it, run your farm, your ranch, or rip up any off-road trail. Because we didn't push every limit of engineering and design to see what a side-by-side was capable of. We did it to find out what you're capable of. This is the Stampede from Bad Boy. Get yours and find out what would happen. See it in action at badboystampede.com.
Man,
I can finally breathe. I was holding my breath, as I'm sure those drivers were, that final lap of the Toro Tire Pro Light race. Travis Dinsmore, honestly, any one of those three drivers could have won the race. In that last turn, they were stuck like Chuck, and who was going to get that last bit of drive? Ricky Johnson.
And I loved it because they were all going for it. Dinsmore wasn't trying to protect his line. He was running as quick as he could. Kyle Hart shot to the inside through the gravel pit, and then Kyle Kleiman makes a huge move on the inside at the finish line, and now they're tied up. So that has to be the closest 1, 2, and 3 finish that we've ever seen, by far.
You would think. I mean, especially going into that turn. I mean, we've seen closer races when Mark Jenkins won, that last lap, last turn over Johnny Greaves. But, yeah, I mean, we've never seen a better battle at the finish than that race. I don't know how you could get any better.
And that's what you're looking for in racing. You want to see the battle.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by AMSOIL, devoted to protection. Maxxis Tires, we know dirt. And by Cooper Tires. We make tires for people, not just cars.
Welcome back to Crandon. Boy, you can breathe now, but these guys were holding their collective breath. Travis Dinsmore was out in front, but watch how they all met in the middle. Who wanted it more? That is the closest 1, 2, 3 finish you could possibly imagine. Look at this. Kleiman still had a shot back there in third, but he does finish in third, so no 5 in a row. But how about it? In 2016, Travis Dinsmore wins 2 races. Both of them are here in Crandon, and Kate's caught up with him.
Travis, we know that you are coming back with vengeance here today. We also know that you are good at Crandon. That last lap was absolutely incredible. That finish wasn't incredible. Put it into words, what were you thinking?
You know, we led that whole race clean. I hit my marks. We were up front. I knew I had to keep hitting my marks and keep pulling away and try not to block on that inside. We're faster on the cushion than he is on the inside. He got by us, but we had the momentum to carry it back through. You know, we had a real tight finish there. He gave me a nasty little punt after the checker, but, you know, here we are up in the #1 spot, and we're good with that.
Travis Dinsmore, #1 here in Pro Light.
Yeah, that little love tap he talked about as we take a look at the finishing results, and that was close. Casey Curry, I feel bad for him a little bit because he finished 4th, but he had a truck that could possibly win, and we'll have to see how he does the next time we see him at Crandon. Hoffman, Reimer's in there inside that top 5, top 6, and Kate is caught up with Kyle Hart.
This is the new Pro Light champion. It's official. You told me earlier you are so relieved because you knew you had to start that race. You are the winner. But it was not easy to finish that race, which you also told me you were going to be aggressive and make it happen. What do you have on you today?
You know, I don't think that he was necessarily faster. We just couldn't get around him. He drove a good race and didn't make very many mistakes, but the few he did, we weren't close enough to capitalize on him. But to come out of here with a championship, all we had to do was go off the line, and we did that. So, I mean, it's so great to be up here winning this series and compete with some of the best guys in the world. And I couldn't be here without all the help from all my guys, and Maxxis, AMSOIL, Fiberworks, Grady Racing Engines. My dad got his Pro Light champions on his motors, and I got it as well. So that's really cool. And everyone else I may have forgot, thank you so much.
Kyle, this may have been your last Pro Light race, as you told me earlier today. What has Pro Light taught you that you can take into Pro 2?
Oh, you know, getting out of these things into a Pro 2, it's like training wheels. They're so much wider and so much more forgiving. You're on the complete ragged edge driving one of these things to hang with these guys. So I'm looking forward to next year. Hopefully we can get a good Pro 2 program lined out and come out here and battle with CJ and Keegan all next year.
Your 2016 Pro Light champion.
As we take a look at the final championship points, again, unofficially Hart at 27 advantage over Kyle Kleiman. Dinsmore in 3rd, but it's really 4th place. Cam Reimer moves into 4th, gets by Luke Johnson at the last race. I know you didn't want to hear that, Ricky. Sean Morris in the top 6, Bobby Runyon in 7th. Kate Osborne's caught up with 3rd place, but man, what a streak here at the end of the year.
Absolutely, an amazing streak for Kyle Kleiman. Now you ended up on the podium though again today, unfortunately not with a win, but that finish was incredible. You made a pretty gutsy move there at the end. You almost had him, but did you have anything for him there?
You know, I was hoping so. I was really trying to work the inside on, you know, most of the track. And before the competition, I was going to try to get Kyle, but I kind of looped it at the end, threw it to him. So, you know, hats off to Dinsmore and Hart. Those guys ran such a nice race. It was clean. It was fun. Trying to make a move at the end and came up a little short. Sucks that the winning streak is gone now, but I guess we'll just have to come back next year and can't thank Ponzi enough, Pro Power, J&H, Amsoil, everybody that helps me, my crew, family. You guys for hosting this awesome event. Thank you guys so much.
Kyle Kleiman, a guy who had a great season here in Pro Light.
Yeah, no question he was in a groove, Kyle Kleiman. But speaking of grooving, what about the grooves in these tires? Are they built for the front half of the race, the back half of the race? Let's take a look at this week's Torque Tech.
On a big weekend like we have here at Crandon International Speedway, Maxxis is swamped with so many tires. They're racing Pro Light, Pro 2, and Pro 4. When you talk about the Pro 2 and Pro 4 tire, it's a concept tire. It starts with a basic cut and a couple guidelines. But now when you break it down, the driver wants to put his own groove or his own spin on a tire. Looking at the front tire, you'll see a lot of circumference cuts. What that's going to do is help the vehicle turn. So when a driver comes in, he turns the wheel, the outside edge helps. You see the smaller cuts as we go, that's going to help with the braking surface to help slow the trucks down. Now when we look at the rear tire, you're going to see more of a paddle effect with a longer, thicker knob that's going to have more integrity because the throttle is driving this tire so much. Maxxis has been the dominant tire in all three classes this year. They've already won a championship in Pro Light and Pro 2. Now they're looking to wrap up number 3 in Pro 4.
Ricky Johnson with the inside scoop. Now you are dialed on tire grooving and get ready to dial in the Pro 2 wheel drives coming up next. We're bumping it up to 900 horsepower, and the best in short course off-road racing are ready to hit the mecca of the sport. Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, the Pro 2s are next.
When it comes to protecting your engine, Amsoil offers the next level performance truck owners demand. Amsoil provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. Amsoil, devoted to protection.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Welcome back to Crandon, Wisconsin, that is, in case you're confused with your Crandons. We're right down the road from Monaco. No, not that Monaco, Monaco, not Monaco. I saw that yesterday. I was like, isn't that quite
Bonjour,
yeah. Welcome to the Principality of Monaco. Is the only reason I knew it was Monaco. You had to slow down to 45 miles an hour as you work your way towards Rhinelander. But we're in what they call the North Woods, and there's plenty of woods around here. But knocking on the door in that Pro Light race was Kyle Hart and Kyle Kleiman, and man, that was one heck of a battle.
You know, they have super fights, and a lot of times you watch and you wait for this great event to happen, and then it doesn't happen. For us to start off with a Pro Light race like that, I hope that the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s can follow suit and give us as much action, because it's great when we start screaming and interrupting each other. I know you guys don't like it when we're on the air doing that, but for us, we're in here watching what's going on, and it just makes it great, because it's cool to get the text from different people. You know, I got Rusty from Rusty's Off-Road watching. Normally his son Tony is out here racing, but they're just busy building off-road parts for Jeeps and stuff like that. So Rusty, wish you and Tony were here, and also Jimmy Stevenson out in Vegas. So it's great to watch how many people, you know, watch this series on their phones, on their computers, and stuff like that. So very cool deal going on.
And they saw a good one. Let's take a look at it one more time. Some highlights of the Atturo Tire Pro Light. Who's going to get the first start with the TORC Pros here in the trucks? On that very inside, it was Kyle Hart, but driving around that outside was the Sleeko 43 of Dinsmore. Pecoy, look at him. The 3 almost goes forward.
Pecoy hits the inside wall, hits the outside wall, and he gets bounced around, and he's going backwards. Now, this kid says that if he doesn't finish on the box this weekend, he's getting a mullet. But it was this guy, Travis Dinsmore, who always runs fast. Our Canadian neighbor. Here we see Kyle Hart making a shot to the inside, but Travis said, I'm fast on the cushion. He holds it off. He gets a run right back to the inside, and then it's an outside-inside for Kyle Hart.
That was an excellent move by Kyle Hart, though. He took the exact line that Travis Dinsmore needed, but Travis kept his foot in it and was still able to take that inside.
Another look, Kyle Kleiman looking at the inside, and there we see Lunderby stuck on the outside, and then they're bumping and banging, but it was this guy took it away. Travis Dinsmore from Canada, great job. Congratulations to the Sleeko guys. You did a great job this year. Also, congratulations to Kyle Hart. You've done an awesome job all year long, and Kyle Kleiman. So really, 3 guys that have done so well this year finished 1, 2, 3, and I think they should get a bonus from Crandon. So why don't you guys tweet into Crandon, bonus the best 1, 2, 3 finish ever.
I think that's
to date.
3 different tire manufacturers too, right?
Exactly, 3 different tire manufacturers, 3 different winners this year. So it was great. So I can't wait for more.
That's what you'll see. And also, Kyle Hart, it was really at Crandon where he had some misfortune. Somebody got into him. He was on a streak where he was just leaving everybody behind. And it was some misfortune for him at the first Crandon. But he turned things around and got things going and still wins the championship as Pro 2 is lined up. And have about 13 trucks. And even they're even still water in that front straightaway. Or not the front straightaway, but the whole shot straightaway.
Yeah, well, they get everything ready to go. And these guys pick up the pace a little bit going down there. But as Kyle Hart alluded to, is that once you drive a Pro Light and it's so tippy and narrow and it's on the edge, the tires are much narrower than the Pro 2s and Pro 4 35-inch tires. You can run the corners a lot harder. Here we're looking at CJ Greaves taking a look, getting ready, just kind of relaxing. I mean, he's a killer. I mean, he's a little blonde-headed kid, nice young man. But when it comes to pushing the gas, there's nobody push it harder. Actually, maybe his dad, but who does it better this year than CJ Greaves.
And CJ trying to sweep, and it's something that, and typically we're talking about a Pro 2 and Pro 4 sweep, but here we could talk about a UTV 2 and 4 sweep, and that's something that, without question, he was the first to do it in 2s and 4s. Why not do it in UTVs 2s and 4s?
Yeah, and then I also want to throw that out. You can see on top of his helmet, he's got that BC, and that was Brian Clausen, a great USAC champion that we unfortunately lost him this year in a sprint car, midget race car accident. And respect, and that's one thing that we all put ourselves in there. You can see CJ, he's got his fire suit on, his race gloves, he's got his helmet, he's got his neck restraint, he's got everything. We do everything that we can to make ourselves safe, but you're traveling at such high speed, sometimes bad things happen, but I love the respect from one racer to another.
And CJ will probably get that final little lockdown. You don't want to be trapped in that seat quite so tight up until that last moment. But 13 trucks are about to take the starting line here, lined up side by side by side. It's a little less in trucks, but as far as the competition, you expect to see CJ Greaves up there. You also expect to see Keegan Kincaid. He's the Crandon local. But the one thing you know about Crandon, in one word, there's always excitement.
Crandon is huge. If you think about short course, most people think Crandon.
It is the Daytona of off-road racing. This is where it started. This is where you want to be. This is where you want to win.
The driving in here to the track and the scenery, the narrow street coming through downtown Crandon, all the people. Once you see the sign out front, Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, and coming in the gate, driving all the way in here to the pits, it's all just an awesome feeling, knowing that you're here. Really, there is no other racetrack that comes anywhere near that.
They live, eat, sleep, breathe this. It's what they do. It's what they love. It's their passion. The energy that feeds off of this place is unlike anywhere else.
You get that rush, it definitely builds you up, lifts you up.
The feeling that you get when you leave here with a victory is unlike anything else anywhere.
I don't know what it is, maybe it's just my personal feeling, but it feels like you got a little bigger bat to swing once you win one at Crandon.
I love when I see new fan or somebody that's went to Redbud or Charlotte or Chicago or somewhere, and they come to Crandon for the first time. It blows them away.
Excitement, that's a good word to explain it, right? Wouldn't you say? I mean, it is special.
Let's sum it up in one word. It's absolutely awesome. It's the most fun off-road.
That's a long
There
word.
is no one word that explains Crandon. And that's the thing, is that it's got so much heritage. It's got the Flannery family when I was racing on the West Coast on motocross, I would read about this crazy lumberjack named Jack Flannery, and he was out here in the 600 cubic inch Donovan blocks going crazy fast, and then Walker Evans would come back here and race and stuff like that, and then Kurt LeDuc from the East Coast. So this is the place where short course off-road racing started.
Easy for you to say. And
Yeah,
the guy who's been here, I think, since day one. Kate has caught up. A lot of people wondered about this man. You know him as Cowboy. Now we're getting to meet him. Kate Osborne, tell us more.
Yeah, this mystery man is Cowboy. And I think there's a lot of people who are quite envious of your job to begin with. But what is the backstory? How did you get the job as Cowboy here?
Well, when I started 20 years ago, always the sun is hot on the weekends, so I started wearing a cowboy hat. Well, this is my third one and probably my final one, and that's how I started wearing them, and then they finally started calling me cowboy.
But how did you get the story of being able to be the person that is basically the flag, I don't know, your role?
Me out here, it's free gratis work. Somebody asked me to come in and take over the job that I was doing. So then I started that, and then I started wearing cowboy hats, and then over the years it become cowboy.
Now, the word on the street is you have never fallen. Now, not to jinx you, but have you ever fallen?
I have not fallen.
Well, there you have it. The big question.
It's slick out there sometimes, and you can see the roots in the track. It's pretty hard to run over those, but I've made it over these years.
Have you ever thought about not falling? Is it something, because I know that if I were to be in your position, I would fall over my feet.
I'm pretty good on my feet.
Well, there you have it. This is Cowboy. I'm so excited. I feel like Ricky and Robbie, you guys are smiling right now because I know that you guys are jealous that I got to just talk to Cowboy.
Yes, I am. And we know now that he's not thinking about, falling, because I think about him falling every time I see him run down there and point at him.
So, yeah, he might not think about it, but we all do. But you see, got everybody lined up out there. And this is going to be a wild first turn. If you look to the inside, you see that shiny mud, and then you see towards the outside, to the right side of the screen, is the race line coming in. So they're still doing some track prep because they want to make sure
which is better,
they have
Ricky,
a great racing
Which
line.
is better? Would you rather, at times, if they're grooming, they don't really groom that part of the straightaway, do they?
Yeah, but it's a shorter line from the inside, and they're slightly cocked back. So the guy up in front, who starts in the front, that's Nick Tyree, and right next to him is Ari Leindyke. Now we're looking at Nick Tyree, from San Diego, California. Here we have Ari Leindyke. So Ari was very fast, the fastest we've seen him, I think, in the career of his short course year. Right. He was right up there in qualifying.
I thought he was going to blow that truck up because it looked like he was trying to race in practice, and I was like, man, you got to be putting a strain on that motor that much in practice. So in my mind, I was wondering why, but I am glad to see him actually be able to push it and everything do survive.
Well, I want to correct what I said. I said in qualifying. I meant in practice because these guys are inverting the top six. So Tyree is 6th in points. Leindyke is 5th in points. Ronnie Van Eperen, who is going much faster. And I talked with Ronnie, and he's like, I'm so frustrated that I'm not doing better. And I said, you got to realize, man, you're at the top of the top. So you're not just going to walk in here and dominate people.
Like he did in buggies.
In buggies and stuff like that. And CJ did that. And also Mitchell DeYoung and Luke did it and stuff like that. But it's not as deep of a playing field when it is when you get into the trucks.
Look at Rodney Van Eperen. His son also won the championship in those short course karts. You see the stagger there. The guy on the inside has an advantage. He's going to have that shortest distance the first turn, but the guy on the farthest left do a little more sweep and get out the broom.
Yeah, they won't let you do that. I did that a few years back. I bought a rake and I started doing stuff, and then of course my son went to do it, and then he got his completely.
I was talking about sweeping around
No, I actually did it just like in motocross race, and they call it cheating. It's cheating. It's not cheating until they outlaw it. So that was a situation there. Here we're looking at Brad Lovell, who's a past pro light champion and getting faster and faster all the time. Charlie Schlevy is going to be working with him, spotting with him. And here we have Keegan Kincaid, a previous winner, and he lives literally in downtown. They showed downtown. Keegan has an apartment right there. So Keegan is ready to go. He's got that Goodwin motor. He's running the Cooper tires, and Keegan definitely knows his way around Crandon.
CJ Greaves should be lined up next to him as they're doing the final check through, and you can also see an onboard there, the camera, as we take a look at Keegan Kincaid throughout the race. There's CJ Greaves, the the champion already. He's already been crowned for 2016, and what a year he's had, Ricky.
Yeah, CJ has just been driving. And, you know, you can see how he's just in this little quiet place right now. And as a racer, this is the worst time. You're hating it right now. You just want to go. Put the net up. Let's start the race. This is the place that you don't want to be. You see him beating on the steering wheel, just like, okay, enough, you know, small talk. I just want to go. I want to go battle. And CJ, like I said, you know, there's some people that will like him or don't like him. I respect this kid so much as a racer.
You gotta like his racing ability and how he lays it out on the track. I mean, he wins.
Yeah, but then you got Jason DeGrave out here who's been a great story. You know, he goes, well, I'm going to buy a Pro 2 and start racing. And so he bought the truck from Jeff Kincaid, put it together, and this guy is so stoked to be out there. He just loves being on the track every time he's out there. You know, you see some people out there that work so hard to get there, and then all of a sudden, when they get out in front, their parents and everybody's going, I need the checkered flag. They want the race over as quick as possible. But I think DeGraves is one of those guys that just embraces every lap.
Should have a Tonka truck up in there. Maya Speccarelli should be in the mix. I'm trying to find out lineup side by side. That's actually Keith Steele.
Yeah, Keith Steele. He's got the best flat top in off-road racing.
A man who had a flat top.
Exactly, and he made mine look terrible. But Keith Steele, I love this guy. He's one of those guys that has been out here. He was a Sporty 2 champion. He dominated that year. And then this is a kid that I know that this is his very first time in a Pro 2. So he got to go out on the track. And there he is. He's supporting the dogs.
Yeah, the Bulldogs here. And, of course, that's Ricky Johnson's old icon there. And Luca doing some testing. He actually signed up for a sportsman race last night to kind of do a shakedown with that truck. And I could see the smile on his face because he had brake problems before. He had engine problems before. And things are slowly coming together for the first time in Pro 2. And there's the Tonka truck we were talking about.
Yeah, he's sponsored by Langley Ford. I want to thank Mr. Galetto, Mr. G, and also Jeff C for helping him out. That's Maya Saccarelli, West Coast natural, or actually not a natural, but a West Coast does most racing out there. And he said he's having a hard time adjusting to the speed here because the speed is about, you know, on an average 30 miles an hour faster than the West Coast tracks.
We see also a new entry in TORC for 2016, Sheldon Creed, that comes from the Stadium Super Trucks, and Robbie Gordon, that's kind of his prodigy, however you want to do it, and he's been doing some asphalt driving as late. This guy's talented, very much like CJ Greaves, a young guy that can do it in anything.
Another kid from El Cajon, and he does a great job. His grandpa has been pushing the whole time. Here we have another driver from the West Coast, Fitch, who has been fast. And very exciting to watch on the West Coast. So as you can see, he's got a manual, which is the only manual when it comes to Pro 2 because it's a much harder thing to drive. When you have traction, it's not so bad, but when you try to put that down on the slick track, it makes it very, very tough.
And our final racer, he's the mystery racer on my list.
Patrick Clark.
It is Patrick Clark. I thought I saw it as a 2 with the 25X from Las Vegas, the Lone Mark Maxxis Chevy. So he's from V-Town, Method Wheels. You see that on his helmet there. Having to start on that outside, so it's going to be a little bit longer way around for him.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some different strategies from different guys. You know, Luke had a couple different ideas, but I think you're going to see Tyree go for it because we've watched him get out in front and run really hard. And we also know Ari Leindyke wants to win so bad because he's been fast in everything he's ever driven, but he hasn't been able to win yet here in Pro 2.
So as we're looking at this again, I'd like to welcome everybody watching from around the world on TORCseries.com. As we prepare for this Pro 2-wheel drive here in just a bit, 13 of the best racers in short course off-road racing ready to hit the track for the first time in a racing situation here at the Labor Day weekend. This is the Big House, and who will have the keys to the Big House in the Pro 2-wheel drive here in just a bit. Welcome back to TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. The Pro 2-wheel drives are on the starting line. 900 horsepower. There's 13 drivers.
A little bit of a stagger there. The guys on the right will actually have a little shorter distance heading into that first turn as we look at Keegan Kincaid, the man from Crandon. If we've got 30,000 people here, 29,900 know Keegan Kincaid's name. He is, without question, the local favorite. CJ Greaves is the 2016 champion in the Pro 2. That's already been decided because he's won 8 races in Pro 2 this year alone. An unbelievable number. But there's several drivers that can win this race. It's not just about Keegan and the CJ Greaves, but also Luke Johnson. He hops out of the Atturo Tire Pro Light Division entry and now for the first time in the Pro 2-wheel drive. And he looks like, you know, in his first entry into the Pro 2-wheel drive, he looked fast in practice. And he's starting to dial in that Pro 2-wheel drive, much like he has in the Pro Light. Another guy to look for on that starting line is Sheldon Creed in the 47, the Stadium Super Truck driver, filling in. He's running the backup truck that Mike Jenkins has been running the last few races. We know it's been fast. Can Sheldon Creed, does he have a shot of winning Pro 2 just stepping in when it was just about a day ago we found out he was going to be here?
Absolutely. Sheldon Creed could drive anything. Robbie Gordon has taken him under his wings, taken him to Dakar, races him down in Baja. So Sheldon Creed can do it. So a very, very strong field of Pro 2 drivers.
As we see Cowboy making sure all the drivers are right, he's working his way from right to left. If everybody gives him the thumbs up, we will have a 9-lap race here, the big track, the big house. Who will have the keys to the big house? We're about to find out. You see Ari Leindyke Jr., second from the inside, California boy Nick Tyree in the 91. He's going to basically have pole on the inside. Can he hold on to that spot and get a good jump here? Let's listen. Jump by Tyree, a really good jump by Tyree. Look at the 91 go, and now Keegan Kincaid, the Crandon kid, is trying to sweep around the outside, and boy, you know he knows his track like the back of his hand. And oh, Brad Level sideways, and he gets hit, and he spun around. The Amsoil 44, and who sneaks through there? What mayhem on the first turn. Leindyke is out.
A lot of bumping and bagging. Looked like Clark on the outside was stuck out there, but Keegan with a great start, and looking on the inside is Nick Tyree, and right there is our new champion,
defending champion. I mean, the guy, he's won everything, and last year, you know, he wins in Crandon as well. But we always see these two go at it, and they give each other so much room. Nick Tyree is right now in the middle with a tremendous start.
As you listen, you can hear Keegan start to feather that throttle. You can see there's a lot of water down, very slick, but in certain spots got a lot of traction. So Keegan working his way up there. Now he has to save his tires for that last half. Because right now he's running a very good deal. You see him pushing a little bit, running the cushion, but now CJ looking to the inside of Nick Tyree, and now they're just avoiding the mud.
Rodney Van Eperen in the mix as well back there, fourth pit. Actually, Rodney might have just got past. And really this first lap, you see how muddy it is. You see CJ trying to get out of that spray. They really watered that back straight.
Yeah, they got a lot of water down there. Guys having a hard time. Then we see Van Eperen almost up and over, but Maya Saccarelli did a great job with getting a run from the outside.
Hear these motors, they sound a little different than the Pro Lights, don't they?
Exactly, they run a little bit harder, a lot more RPM, and that was one of the problems that Luke had, jumping from one to the other. This was the first weekend that he's tried to do it, is that you run one at 6,000 RPM, and then you're up to 8,000 or 8,600 RPM, I'm sorry.
You see CJ Greaves back there in third place. Ken Osborne, you have more?
Yeah, I was asking CJ if he was going to be saving this at all. If there was any reason that he wouldn't go out to win. He goes, oh, no. He goes, we won a championship. We clinched. There's absolutely no reason why we wouldn't get out to win.
Well, this is the hard part. You've watched Tyree out. Tyree gets a little bit sideways there, and here comes Greaves on the inside. But you can see how much rouge that he's eating. And this is Pro 2 throws way more dirt than the Pro 4 because it's just those rear tires. And here we see Tyree sideways. Greaves looking to the inside, but Tyree doing a great job.
You drive it with the back end of the twos, where the front, you know, really grab it in the forks. You can go lower and it claws a little bit better.
But right now, Nick Tyree is just running his line. He's not blocking. He's just right in the place where CJ wants to go. CJ looks to the inside, but then loses a little bite because it's so slippery down that back straightaway.
Don't you think that was half of a, I just got to get out of that line. I cannot take that roost one more lap. And now he squares it up to the inside, takes over the line, moves into second place, but he's going to be on the outside. Tyree's motor strong in this thing too. He's getting great pull down this straight.
Tyree was really fast, but CJ was in a spot where he had more traction. Here we see the in-car. Look at how casual he is as he's going through there. That's 100 miles an hour, and how much mud is on the face of his helmet. So there's a lot of weight on there, but just watch how soft he is with his hands and how smooth he shifts back and forth, holds himself in place with his right hand, a little correction, but listen to the throttle.
And you got to figure out how fast he's going and jumping, and he's just cruising around with one hand, just like I drive my rental car when I head back to Rhinelander, and it's just a day in the park. But yeah, you talk about the weight on that helmet and all that roost, the mud on your hands, the steering, but he had clear vision.
But there could be more to come with that, because as that mud flies through, it gets packed into the radiator. So we could see a situation, if he stayed back there too long, that we could see an overheating situation with CJ Greaves right now, because the radiator's in the back, but all that roost is flying through the vehicle. Right now, we see no sign of that.
One guy with clear vision that has had no problem, Keegan Kincaid.
Yes.
The Traxxas 7, I mean, it's like a motocross race, and you come back and you've got the clean jersey and everything. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Right, but this is what I love about this. When I first started racing, I hated the yellow flag. I was like, cursed Jim Baldwin, like, why would you do that? I worked so hard to get out in front and then you ruin it. But right now, what CJ can do is start looking for different lines, then after the competition yellow, then go after Keegan and not try to kill himself to get there right now.
Spaccarelli, you see him working his way up. He's inside that top 5, gets by Rodney Van Eppert, and Van Eppert back in 5th. But I think this is one of the best races we've seen out of Tyree. He's been fast at times, but he's sticking with it and putting that truck where it needs to be.
Nick had an ugly crash here, going down the back straightaway outside after the Argonne turn. He hit another driver, and I think it kind of spooked him. He won't tell you, no driver will tell you that, but it did spook him a little bit, and now he's coming back, and it's great to see him up there.
We see the Tonka 12. Kate Osborne, do you have more?
That's actually CJ's 2014 Championship Pro 2 that Mayan's riding. He said he actually came to watch CJ win in that truck itself. He says that it's kind of fun because he has looked up to CJ in a way, and he says he's been learning the ropes from him. He's been watching his video, and today was going to be a special day that he's going to be able to run with him as well as run in his championship truck.
And the guy behind it that we're looking at there, the MMI, the Motorcycle Mechanics Institute truck, Rodney Van Eppert, he's got half of CJ's parts. He's cleaned out the parts truck in Pro 2-wheel drive for Johnny Greaves, and he's finally got that truck dialed in, because that's a Greaves-built truck as well. At first it was, you know, the transmission, and then going to the torque converter, and then they put a new torque converter, burn up the transmission, and now they finally got everything sorted, and that truck's going like they need it to.
Rodney's a driver. I mean, you can say what you want, and trying to dial in and find that last little bit is so difficult, because this is a unique sport. If you come from California, Robbie Gordon has come here and tried to dominate it. He was fast when he first got here, but now when he comes back, he has his own theory, and he got beaten by a lot of the Pro 2 guys. So you can't just roll in here and kick everybody's butt. And Ronnie Van Eppert is doing a great job and is very respectable, but you're just not going to come dominate like you do in a buggy.
No, and he was very dominant in the buggy, a world champion in that, and his son, Owen Van Eppert, is the champion now in the short course cars. Seeing Spaccarelli go by in the Tonka truck, CJ Greaves, a couple of places in front of him. Everybody's chasing Keegan Kincaid, the fastest lap of the race, a 1:22.87. But what is happening to Sheldon Creed? He leaves the Argonne corner there, heading into the hairpin, and there's damage on that front end. Here's what happened to Sheldon Creed in the Traxxas 47 as he pulls off. You can see him on the right. Oh, and that's high speed, big jump right there after the barn turn. Ricky, he just swaps around and catches the berm?
Well, what happened is it looked like it caught. He was sliding up as you come up under there, and then the driver, I think that's Clark, just squeaks right by, but that was Spaccarelli. But the situation was he caught the back, and all of a sudden shot his nose in, and there was nowhere to go.
I do believe CJ Greaves starting to close in. I said he had the fastest lap as a 1:22.2. The second fastest lap is the Traxxas 7 of Keegan Kincaid, a 1:23.0. So we're looking at 0.8 of a second different, Ricky, on lap number 4 between the two drivers.
Yeah, but we don't know if Keegan is just taking care of his tires right now. We did a special on him down in Charlotte where he said, you know, when you're out in front, you got to manage your tires, keep everything on the line, and then go for that. But you know, one thing you can't deny, when CJ Greaves is coming after you, you better run with everything you got.
Why wouldn't you back up if you're Keegan Kincaid, as we're looking in the hot pit, Sheldon, Creed?
Well, they're taking everything off. What could have happened is he could have broken a steering line or something like that, lost power steering, and it forced him right to the outside. So the competition caution is out with Keegan in front and CJ in second.
Was Keegan Kincaid holding back? You saw CJ Greaves starting to close in. Nick Tyree back in third. Spacarelli and Van Eperen, your top 5. Keegan Kincaid leads this one. Can the hometown boy finish and win Pro 2?
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Brakes on the left and the right. You got this? Got your brake levers ready? Okay. Go ahead, guys.
We know dirt. Maxxis tires.
As you see the drivers head into that hairpin one more time around, they're halfway through this race, and Keegan Kincaid just had his fastest lap on that last lap. But quickly, let's go to Kate Osborne with Sheldon Creed.
Yeah, Sheldon's climbing out of the truck here. You were looking at the engine. What exactly just happened as you're not out on the track?
Just spit a belt up there, and I don't know what we call that, the barn corner or something, and I don't know, it just locked right in, and once it spits the belt, you have no power steering. It's hard to get it back, and just clobber the wall, but truck's not bad, just a bumper, and kind of a bummer deal there. That's it's pretty crazy. The first turn, you can't see anything, and kind of went off the track a little bit, and then just blew this back turn that first lap. So just kind of settling into my own right there, and just trying to get lines down there for the second half. But I don't know. We're going to have some bugs, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Disappointing day for Sheldon Creed.
Sheldon out of this race, but Keegan Kincaid definitely in it, as well as CJ Greaves. The rest of the field, look at them now. They line up nose to tail, looking for that green flag. Start the second half of this race. What kind of a launch will Keegan get over CJ Greaves? Nick Tyree pulling in there, Spacarelli, Van Eperen, Luke Johnson in 6th. Now it's time for Keegan to step out. If he's got something left in that truck, he wants to just give him a faceful right now and leave him, as we look back from CJ Greaves, number 33.
Let's just listen for a minute.
I'm hearing horsepower.
All right, well, I'm hearing tons of horsepower. Minus Sacarelli up a little bit wide, and then loses a couple spots. Clark happened to get by him, so a good dice all the way through. But Keegan is running a very, very smooth and calm line right now, so he's got to do everything he can to keep CJ back a couple spots, and that roost is definitely going to help him out.
Fastest lap of the race, CJ Greaves a 1:22.29. The last lap for Keegan Kincaid was 1:22.2 for Greaves, 1:22.9 for Keegan. And Keegan separated himself from this lap as well.
Yeah, Keegan's doing a great job because everything is clean and everything is running at 100%. And it's the same thing for CJ Greaves, but let me just tell you, the roost is so bad here, you have to run slightly offline so that you're not getting a mouthful. When we saw his helmet, and it had about 2 inches there, he's swapping side to side. We see some guys bumping and banging around in the back, so a lot's going on throughout this race.
You also talk about weight and ballast, and in race car driving, generally the lighter truck will go faster. I know in IndyCar you see that a lot. You want a small driver. How much weight is CJ Greaves holding on to that Keegan is not?
I'm going to say probably about 150 pounds. If you could just look at you imagine, a shovel full of dirt, you know what that weighs. He's got that on top of his head. So it's harder on the driver, harder on the truck, and it's harder to get traction coming off the corner to push that down the way.
You see the sequential shifter there, just bumping it up through the gears. Doesn't have to work his through, no H-bend.
Not sequential. Oh. Out wide and into the wall. CJ Greaves gets into the wall.
Good
As
save.
we said, he had a good save, but he hit that rear end very hard.
good save by CJ. That could have cost him, and it still may. I thought that I saw a little rub right there, and we'll see if he can make
it's a little smoke, but that could just be fiberglass rubbing on the tires as he goes through. As we're talking about, we watch him come in as he backs it in really hard in the Argonne corner. We're going to take another look at that. As CJ comes in, he comes off the jump, he lands. As he starts to back it in, a little bit wide, can't hold on to it, and then bam, right back into it. But a great save. He drove himself up and over the rail and keeps on going. So great save by CJ Greaves.
How much do you think that messed up the rear end angle of that truck, or did it?
No, I don't think too bad, because when you get the dirt up on the outside, it makes a little cushion out there and it pushes it up against the outside. So what it did is just kind of bicycle him a little bit, but it didn't knock it out too bad, just mostly fiberglass.
Okay, I was talking about the sequential thing, but you were correcting me on the transmission.
Yes, so when you look at these are automatic transmission, but they have a gate. So you manually shift an automatic. You don't let off, you keep it wide open, you just grab. And these guys are running just second and third gear. Some of the guys are running a very low, what they call a 186 or 160 transmission. They'll try to go to first gear. Most of these guys are using a 210. That's the spacing in the gears. That's your first gear, and you just use second and third gear.
And that's why my mind's starting to leave me, because the Pro 4 would be different as far as the way they do grab gears. So let's take a look at this one more time, and let's look on board at CJ Greaves, how he was having to deal with a little bit of an O jump and a lot of backing in. Let's take a look specifically at his eyes through that helmet. This is on board with CJ.
As he comes in, and we see him, comes off the jump, and he lands, and obviously he starts looking, and then all of a sudden he's sliding up here, and then bounces right into it, and catches it. Oh. Actually, we're just doing inboard, so there is no hit, but just I love it how casual he's being, and he's switching from one to the other. He's actually adjusting brakes, so there's a knob on the front, so I apologize for that. I was calling the wrong call. We were just watching inboard of how much he looks out, and there's this thing that Dave DeMond, a go-kart coach, told my daughter Cassidy, with distance comes comfort. The further you get your guys out, the better you're going to see. But we are seeing a lot of shredding going on in that left rear.
So he was just dialing in the bias on those brakes.
So what I mean by bias is that if you have front to rear, if you hit the brakes and it pushes, it wants to nose forward, but then what they want is just a little bit of rear slide. So as he comes in, he brakes and it drifts. So you have a slightly, so if you're getting pressures, if you want to say you have 100 pounds in the rear, you want like 95 in the front. So it just wants to walk a little bit to help set up your turn.
Now he heads into that right-hander again. 2 laps to go. We'll get the white flag this time around, and you see the differential. Can he make up that much distance in only 1 lap? I guarantee he's going to give it everything he can.
You see the wheels, the tires chattering from side to side. When you do that S-turn back and forth, but Keegan has done a great job, has not made one mistake, got out in front. That whole shot counts for so much, even though we can see CJ back there. It's been all about Kincaid, and we haven't been watching him much because he's been out in front.
And we haven't even seen Luke Johnson, who unofficially, by my count, might have worked his way inside that top 3 in his first time. But again, everything I say is officially unofficial.
Well, we're missing Clark, and we haven't had him. So right now it looks like he's the 3rd place driver, but on the record it shows Luke Johnson. So I do not know if our timer is right, because Patrick Clark has not been showing on our scoreboard all day long, but physically he is the 3rd place driver.
You know who's been showing up? The 7, the Traxxas entry, ready to do it one more time. If he holds on for after this big jump, he's got the big gravel pit turn. CJ sneaking into that picture, but there's only really one more straightaway. Clark is now in 3rd, so we get the word for that. The Traxxas 7, he started off the year with perfect win, back-to-back wins in Dallas. He wins again in Chicago. He makes a right-hand turn after he wins in Charlotte. Make it 4 wins in 2016 in Pro 2-wheel drive. The Traxxas 7 of Keegan Kincaid. Kincaid goes wire to wire and wins here at the hometown of Crandon.
There's a lot of performance hidden in these tires. These tires are insanely good. Selected as a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. If this is what experts thought about Cooper tires, imagine what you'll have to say. They're impressive on all surfaces. Put Cooper tires on your car today.
What would happen if the side-by-side had more power than it ever needed, a smoother ride than ever expected, and as much storage and customization as a pickup truck? Where would you take a side-by-side like that? Where would it take you? Step behind the wheel of the new Bad Boy Stampede 900 4x4 with 80 horsepower. See what would happen if you had more power than you knew what to do with. Explore with it, take command with it, go camping in it, hunting in it, run your farm, your ranch, or rip up any off-road trail. Because we didn't push every limit of engineering and design to see what a side-by-side was capable of. We did it to find out what you're capable of. This is the Stampede from Bad Boy. Get yours and find out what would happen. See it in action at badboystampede.com.
As the top 3 drivers line up here in Crandon, there's a close-up shot of the winner of the Pro 2-wheel drive. Getting all the hats, the wares. He doesn't really even need that clean towel to wipe his face off. I don't think he had any roost the entire race, Ricky Johnson.
No, but it's great to see 3 tire manufacturers represented. We got Cooper with first place, Max is second, and BF Goodrich with 3. So you don't see that in many racing series, but it was awesome out here today.
The Off-Road Championship is brought to you by Cooper Tires. We make tires for people, not just cars. Bad Boy Off-Road and their all-new Stampede 900 4x4 side-by-side. And by AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Keegan Kincaid may have finished second in the Pro 2-wheel drive championship, but he wins on his home turf, the Traxxas 7, with his 4th victory on the season. Kate Osborne?
Keegan, that is probably the cleanest truck we will see all weekend long. Congratulations on that win. You basically had the whole shot, pretty much a mistake-free race, and led the whole way here at your home track. How much did visibility play a part of that?
Oh, you know, the sun was getting brutal, and I know I just had to be consistent. You know, I couldn't make a mistake with CJ behind me, and I just laid down consistent laps, and we got that whole shot, and this Traxxas truck was fast. Goodwin power is good, and the Cooper tires hooked up, and you know, we're looking forward to tomorrow, and it's just one step out of the weekend, and we're hoping to be up there tomorrow too. So can't thank my family, my friends, my fans enough for all the support, and Cooper Tire, AMSOIL, Traxxas, Fox Shocks, everybody that helps me out. You know, thanks.
A win at his hometown track, Keegan Kincaid.
And Ricky, if I would have taken a math class and passed it, I would have gotten a bachelor's degree at the University of North Texas. That is his 5th win of the season. I cannot count. As we look at the finishing results, Kincaid, Greaves, Clark in 3rd, Luke Johnson in his first race up there in the top 5, Rodney Van Eppert again closing off the 2016 season in TORC. Speaking of that, the man who's won more races in Pro 2 than anyone and had a shot at this one until he hit that wall, CJ Greaves.
Yeah, unlike Keegan Kincaid, CJ, your truck, it's probably the dirtiest it's been all season. You had a couple of mistakes there that really cost you a little bit of extra time. Walk us through that race.
Yeah, you know, Keegan was running a blistering pace. I mean, he got out front early on, and then I was just getting roosted. I think I pulled 5 or 6 tear-offs down one straightaway. The roost was just unbelievable. But then we got into second, felt like we had some good lines, and then he got away from us a little bit at the caution, and we were trying to get our groove back together and just came in here too hot, and the sun was right in your eyes, so I was trying to judge how far I was coming in, and then just couldn't figure it out and put it into the wall. But Keegan was running fast. I mean, it was everything we could do to hang, and we were trying to find different lines and anything we could to get there. And it seemed like every time I'd make up a little time, then I'd make a mistake and lose a little time. So hats off to all those guys. They freaking killed it, and I really couldn't do it without all my team, my family, my crew, everyone that comes out here. Monster Energy, Toyota, Maxxis Tires, Method Race Wheels, Fox Shocks, AMSOIL, Mastercraft Safety, Impact, all the guys from Toyota and Monster that came out here, and everyone that helps us out. Really appreciate it.
But the big takeaway here is that you are the Pro 2 champion. You say all season long you couldn't do it without your team, you know, your sponsors, everybody who does it for you. But this was a big season. You had to come back. What was your secret this year?
You know, I did all the prep on this thing in between races. I mean, I got an awesome crew that comes on the weekend and takes care of this thing for me, but after that, it's all on me to get it done during the track, and it really just came down to we never finished off the box all season. So that's how you win a championship.
There you have it. Your Pro 2 champion here at TORC, CJ Greaves.
Back-to-back-to-back Pro 2 championships for CJ Greaves. We look at the final points after 13 races. Kincaid
Second again, Brad Lovell. Third, he's finally figuring out that Pro 2-wheel drive. Van Eperen in fourth in his rookie season. Ari Leindyke Jr., man, the guy had no luck all year. I'm glad to see Nick Tyree up in the front of this one. And you see Kyle Hart, he sneaks into the points in top 7. Let's go down to Kate one more time.
A guy who has a victory in and of itself here. This is your first time at Crandon, and you end up on the box. That is huge for you. How much fun was it racing here at Crandon?
Oh, it's been a blast. We've been wanting to come here for years, and we finally got the opportunity to. And we were kind of just coming out here to, get more lap times and everything. And that start, man, everyone crossing over was pretty gnarly. And I thought they would go yellow there for a second, but they said they're going green. I'm like, I got a lot of ground to make up, so just kind of put my head down and just super pumped to be on the podium. First time ever at Crandon, but I got to thank Budweiser, Bud Light, BF Goodrich, Method Racers, all the guys at Roush that came over. I've friends, family that flew in. I just couldn't be happier to be here. Everyone that put on this event, TORC, and the great Crandon people. I love you guys, and I can't wait for the Cup race.
Patrick Clark, all smiles here as he's third place in Pro 2.
And a strong run by Patrick Clark, finishing on top of the podium. And also, he might be the new bad boy. And speaking of that, let's check out this week's In the Pits with the bad boy. What is bad boy?
What I love about the Bad Boy Stampede is it's such a versatile vehicle. For a driver, you got to do so many things on race day.
Whether we have to tow the truck down to tech, or we're loading up to go to the hot pit, or even want to go check the track out, it fills all of our needs.
I love the 2- and 4-wheel drive because we can check and see how much traction there is on the track. But bottom line is, we can go have some fun. You ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
It's good to see the bad boy, the junior bad boy in there as well. Luke and Ricky Johnson, and we're at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, and yes, those are Pro 4-wheel drives, and Cowboys ready to let them loose. Johnny Greaves, CJ Greaves, who's gonna win the championship in Pro 4? Who's gonna win this race? First and foremost, we're about to find out. Will it be Scott Douglas?
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
There's a lot of performance hidden in these tires. These tires are insanely good. Selected as a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. If this is what experts thought about Cooper tires, imagine what you'll have to say. They're impressive on all surfaces. Put Cooper tires on your car today.
Get the same quality and performance the pros depend on when you fill up at VP Racing Fuels. And while you're there, check out VP Madditives, formulated by the mad scientists to give your ride a seat-of-the-pants boost. Visit VPRacingFuels.com for more information.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by Aturo Tire, the tire with the style you want and the performance you need. Rugged Radio, the authority in communication. And by Akamai, faster forward.
Welcome back to Seatown, also known as Crandon, Wisconsin. Robbie Floyd, this is Ricky Johnson, and we're 2 for 2 for as far as seeing good races. We still have one big one to go.
Did you just call it Seatown?
Seatown, Crandon.
Okay, Seatown.
That's what Luke calls it. You know.
Yeah, we saw a lot of great racing in both Pro Light and the Pro 2 division. The first turn was a little hairy on both classes, and we're going to see even more of that when it comes to the Pro 4-wheel drive. So as we take a look back at the Pro 2-wheel drive as they came through, a little bumping and banging going on.
Yeah, we've seen that twice now. We've had 2 starts and 2 mayhem starts. Let's take a look at it. The Pro 2-wheel drive final just a moment ago, a 9-lap race. A good start by Nick Tyree, the California number 91 on that inside. But watch the power of the Trax to 7 drive around the outside.
You see the guys bumping and banging around in the back. Brad Lovell getting knocked around. You see the different guys trying to work their way back up to the front. But it was this guy, CJ Greaves, that tried to get up towards Keegan Kincaid. As he said, the sun played a big factor. He couldn't see the wall coming up, overdrove it a little bit, but Keegan Kincaid on point all day, saved his tires, ran aggressive, got out in front, and let it wire to wire.
And a lot of long shadows, and I talked about CJ winning 8 races, and I knew I was off on my count when I said that Keegan won 4, because 8 and 5 equal all 13 rounds. We've had 13 rounds, and there were 2 guys. I know I'm not very good with math, but 8 and 5, they won them all.
Yeah, they did, and they've been running strong. It was awesome when we watched these guys go back and forth. Is their fathers did this 25 years ago. It was so great. When I first came here, it's been over about 25 years ago. Jeff Kincaid and Johnny Greaves were the 2 Pro Light guys that just went back and forth, and I never knew who they were. I saw Johnny Greaves race a Supercross in the 125 division back with Denny Stevenson back in the day. But then when I watched these 2 guys, I remember a little bit later, then all of a sudden there was a little CJ and a little Keegan. Now they're the champions.
And you talk about they did it 20 years ago. We're about to see the dads do it again. Jeff Kincaid's going to be in a Pro 4 coming up here in just a bit with Johnny Greaves, and a lot's about to go down in the Pro 4-wheel drive.
Well, and we also have CJ, and so we have 2 generations. We have Jeff Kincaid, and Johnny Greaves. Then their kids, CJ Greaves and Keegan Kincaid, all going head-to-head. Keegan has been very fast. Jeff, you can never count him out. He's got a new truck, but then the guys that have been killing it are Johnny and CJ Greaves.
All right, there are more than just one lane of racing lanes here at Crandon, especially in that gravel turn. You got to check out a little bit earlier. We call it 5 lanes. Let's take a look at it.
When talking race lines, sports car racers or stock car racers will typically have 1 or 2 lines depending on the weather. If it's getting hot or cold, they might run high on the track or low on the track. But in motocross and here in short course off-road racing, here at the gravel pit, we have up to 5 options. 1 is down low, typically a Pro 4 line where the drivers will almost back into the corner, run right around the base, slightly off camber to get a run going off. Lane 2 will be used by Pro Lights and Pro 2s as well as Pro 4s, but typically only in traffic because it's not the fastest way around with just 2 wheels pulling. The most popular line, lane 3, where I'm standing right now, right up against the bank. You can use the bank to help carry momentum around the corner and also help you with your exit speed. Another popular line, lane 4, just up a little bit. But as the race goes on and the dirt from the inside gets pushed to the outside, lanes 4 and 5 can become hazardous if a driver gets bumped out into the loose stuff. So in one turn, the gravel pit here at Crandon Off-Road International Speedway, we have 5 lines.
Multiple lanes there, and again, that was our Torque Tech for this week, and you get to talk about it, and it is cool. I hate one-lane racetracks. I know you're the same way, and when you give those multiple options, it always makes for great racing.
Well, it's going to change up, a lot like a motocross race where you start on one line, and that is optimum, because right now they're out there, this pause why we're boring you with our chitter-chatter back and forth. They're out there prepping the tracks, and that's the one thing about off-road racing, unlike asphalt racing or supercross. These trucks beat up the track so bad they have to prep them so that it's not dusty, and also it's not just a one-lane track. So the very first lap, the track is at its best unless they lay it down a lot of water. So sometimes first lap is best, sometimes third lap is best, but the point being is that this line is going to change quite a bit, and as it gets raced on and the guys are forced to go in other places, it's going to open up passing lines as well.
Well, these lines change, but the one consistent factor with Crandon and Torque in general is that this is definitely a violent sport.
TORCs, it's trucks that'll fly through the air, they'll bang into each other, they'll do whatever it takes to get to the finish line first.
Big rollover! Andrew Cadell noses it hard! Turn one at Crandon, everybody's making contact!
They tip over and flip over and catch on fire, that's part of it.
You're going 80, 90 miles an hour, and I'm fighting turning the wheel.
My heart stops for a few beats.
We're running 4,000-pound trucks. We're flying through the air.
There's a few seconds where you're into sheer panic, like, oh no, is he okay?
And violent collision right into the driver's side door of Chad Horde.
When you see those guys out there and they're banging and hitting each other, it makes you very nervous.
My dad, as everyone knows, has had some brutal crashes. I just pray a lot that nothing will happen.
It's a violent sport.
I guess me being out on the track, what I'm putting my family through, yeah, I think about it at times. I'm sure they get nervous, but they don't show it around me. I'm not who I am without racing.
Your biggest fear, I guess, is safety, but in a sense, it's also, is this going to last? Is this going to be there for him to keep doing it? Because he's so passionate about it.
I think I know the danger is there. It's my job, it's what I do, so you gotta put up this little wall to block it out. You have to go try to run competitive. But if I was sitting at home watching these trucks, or if I was a spectator and come and watch, you're like, man, these guys ain't wired right, and we're probably not.
Watching your husband in a crash is kind of hard to watch. Unfortunately, I've seen him do it many times now.
A couple years ago at Crandon, it would be my first Pro 2 race. About 3-4 laps into the race, and I drifted up onto a bank, and there I go rolling.
Chad went into the back section of the track, and he was near Van den Heuvel, another red truck, and the announcer said, and the red truck goes over, and I was thinking, oh, please not Chad.
In the Argonne turn, a red truck goes over, big time crash.
You can hear the roar of these engines coming at you. As you're flipping, you don't know, is my head, my roof facing towards these guys? Once we stopped, the fluid started running, and I could hear the track workers hollering as they're running towards the truck, fire.
Those are the thoughts you don't want to have as the racer's wife.
And as soon as you hear that word and you know there's fluid running around you, it's like you go into a panic attack, and it gets worse. Faster you try to go, the worse it gets. The crew was there, got the fire put out, got me flipped back down.
You look up at your spotter for your driver for reassurance, and he gives you a thumbs up that he's talking and things are good.
I'll never forget it. A crash is a crash, but when there's a fire involved, it's not a good deal. As soon as you can erase that stuff from your memory, you have to go out and be competitive, because like, if I'm gonna go out to race and I'm sitting on the starting line thinking, boy, what if Bark River happens again? Or what if 2 years ago at Crandon happens again? I don't stand a chance. You've got to know how to flip the switch to be a racer and be a family guy.
My wife, Colleen, she's been in it just as long as I have, and she's been here and she saw everything we've ever done.
This is his sport, this is his livelihood, and this is what, you know, so I just pray that everything will work out.
You know it's heart-wrenching on him when something happens. You hate to see your husband, you know, break a back, break a vertebrae, do anything, you know. Now she's got her son in here, Keegan, running this, and now it's double trouble on her, so.
Just pray, and I pray to God that we'll keep him safe. You know, what happens, happens. We'll have to deal with it then.
I sure do like watching him. Glad he's in the bloodline of racing. You know, he's got it. I think he's going to be a good driver.
He pushes me, you know, he wants me to be the best I can be.
Where you go up around the tree, don't jump that spot. You know what I mean? When you're going so fast, it jumps that way.
Oh, yeah.
You got to get it parked around it, and then so you can get set up for the next corner.
You know, he tells me where I can go faster, where I need to go slower. I'm just happy to be here racing with everyone else.
Am I worried about him crashing and rolling over?
No! Oh no! You can see it coming! Look out! We got big crash in turn one!
We're all worried about that all the time, but like I say, if you want to be a hero, you're going to have to take your chance and get out there and do what we do.
performance hidden in these tires. These tires are insanely good. Selected as a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. If this is what experts thought about Cooper tires, imagine what you'll have to say. They're impressive on all surfaces. Put Cooper tires on your car today.
What would happen if a side-by-side had more power than it ever needed, a smoother ride than ever expected, and as much storage and customization as a pickup truck? Where would you take a side-by-side like that? Where would it take you? Step behind the wheel of the new Bad Boy Stampede 900 4x4 with 80 horsepower. See what would happen if you had more power than you knew what to do with. Explore with it, take command with it, go camping in it, hunting in it, run your farm, your ranch, or rip up any off-road trail. Because we didn't push every limit of engineering and design to see what a side-by-side was capable of. We did it to find out what you're capable of. This is the Stampede from Bad Boy. Get yours and find out what would happen. See it in action at badboystampede.com.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. We know dirt. BP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of TORC. And by AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
There's Ross Hook as we take a look inside of his truck in the Pro 4-wheel drive. I like the way Ross has been progressing in the Pro 4s, and I like it how midway through the season we saw him at the first Crandon say, I'm tired of them bumping into me. I'm ready to stand my ground.
Yeah, he's not afraid to bounce back. Every time you bang on Russ, there's only one guy that I know that will hit you back harder, and that is Scott Douglas. Here we see Keegan Kincaid. He's setting in for Mike Jenkins. So Keegan always really fast. And this truck, the way the so you got to remember, Mike Jenkins comes from RC cars where they have a lot of engineering, and so this thing really bites when it gets off the corner hard.
But it also had a lot of roll and stuff that he wasn't used to, and he had to set up that truck the way that he liked it. That's a little bit more planted. How do you think Chad Horde likes it?
Chad Horde loves it. You know, he loves this truck. He loves Pro 4. You know, as you mentioned earlier in that earlier spot, racers have the shortest memories possible. They can flip in one lap, get back on their wheels, and they're going to hang it out the next lap. So Chad Horde, past champion, multiple class winner, and also we have Scott Douglas.
Scott Douglas looking, he still has an outside shot at a championship. Boy, I mean, he's got to have a lot of things go right, or a lot of things go wrong for CJ Greaves and Johnny Greaves for him to win it, and currently sits third in the Pro 4 championship points, and already won races this year. And speaking of that, there's Johnny Greaves. He has a shot of winning the Pro 4-wheel drive title as well. He needs 3 drivers between himself and CJ Greaves, his son, trying to go back-to-back, not only in the 2s and the 4s. It looks like we've got an onboard ready to set up and look at Johnny during the race. We can get that hooked up there, you know. Click in, dialed in, Wi-Fi connected. Seeing, is that Kwame on the outside, a bootlegger? Popcorn Sutton. Moonshine truck, anybody sponsored by Moonshine, you know, got to be a fan of those guys.
Exactly. You see 3 cars in, we have the number 4 of Jeff Kincaid, and Jeff is known for slingshot in the outside. I mean, he's one of those guys in the Pro Light. He would hold it on longer than anybody else that I've ever seen. So they're trying to get his little side net hooked up. Once they get that, then they'll go for the other one. So he just got off the Pro 2, and now he's getting going.
How much of an advantage is also trying to get that thing set up in the neck restraint there, and they will hook that in. As we take a look at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, the sun is starting to set, but the biggest race of the afternoon as the lights come on are the Pro 4-wheel drives, the final stop, the final race of the 2016 TORC, the Off-Road Championship season. As we look at Keegan Kincaid, hot off for that Pro 2-wheel drive victory, can the local boy go back-to-back and win 2s and 4s?
Keegan Scott Douglas, always you can never count him out here. He's won this championship multiple times when it comes to cup races and stuff like that. And then right inside of him is Johnny Greaves, who wants to try to bring home the championship, but to do it, he has to dethrone his own son, CJ Greaves.
And CJ, Johnny needs some help. He needs to put 3 drivers in between himself and CJ Greaves. As Johnny's going to win the Pro 4 title, which he's done before. CJ trying to go back-to-back in his second year in Pro 4, trying to go and do it again. There's Cowboy, has one more truck to go past his Ross Hook, and it's about time to go racing.
Watch the number 2 truck. That thing launches harder than anything else out here, and it's an automatic, so he can just hammer the gas.
Horsepower, but all 4 wheels are pulling. You're talking about that second truck from the inside, Keegan Kincaid, but low, sideways.
Johnny Greaves really sideways, and now Keegan and Johnny both coming in. Johnny running the outside really hard. He pulls off the whole shot, and now leaves CJ back in 5th place.
And there's those 3 trucks that Johnny needs between himself and his son to win the championship.
And Jeff Kincaid with a great shot from the outside gets a little loose and loses a spot to CJ Greaves. So Jeff has to make some ground back up, but Johnny Greaves out in front with Keegan Kincaid in 2nd place.
And Keegan getting up on 2 wheels there, taking that inside line. Johnny's out in front, and he's one to check out. But we will have a competition caution at the halfway point, so no matter how much of a lead you have at that halfway point, we're going to start nose to tail again.
Johnny really high right through there, but hangs on to it. Keegan rolling around in 2nd. Right now, they got to feel the track out, see where the track is. These guys know this track better than anybody, but they have to see how it was groomed and how it was bladed.
Max is 33, CJ Greaves, not in the Monster Energy colors. You see him in that orange and black truck. He's back currently in 4th place. I have unofficially 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I feel like it looks more like 5th to me.
But you gotta love Ross Hook. He just keeps hammering harder and harder. Runs the middle line, does a little what they call a Scandinavian flick, runs it around, gets a great run coming off CJ with a little stall. That's the problem that you have with the manual transmission. If you miss your gear, you lose a little ground in the middle. So CJ with a slight bobble, which we haven't seen that all year long.
No, and there's Kincaid in 2nd, Ross Hook in 3rd, 4th is Chad Horde, 5th is CJ Greaves still. And just behind him is that White Lightning. Kid Brasho maybe sneaking in the picture.
White Lightning is racing hard. Gotta love him, but I'm so impressed with Ross Hook right now. Running his own line, not blocking, just running his line, and now we see 3 wide going into the gravel pit.
Oh, and powering it in there, Chad Horde and CJ underneath him, and Ross stays into it, and Ross goes in. Look at him, I told you, he has no quarter. He's tired of everybody slamming into him. He's ready to do some slamming himself.
And CJ looking to the inside, could take both of them, but now Ross around the outside gets a run, pushes him, makes a slight push, but CJ into 4th place.
Ross, I think, knew he was in a bad situation on that outside line. CJ was set up to go in front of him, and Ross backed out probably smartly there, even though he lost a spot.
Well, and as CJ said out there after the Pro 2 race, that where the sun is, it's really hard to see the difference in dirt. As we're watching Chad Horde, number 9, and CJ Greaves going back and forth. CJ looking to the inside, can he make this move?
Oh, and he backs it in, he's going to make contact. No, he barely made it, but he's throwing it in. He doesn't care right now. It looks like he's doing whatever it takes, and he doesn't need to do it right now, does he?
Well, you want to get out in front, not let those guys get away. And as you know, he said he had some problems being able to see. So as soon as you can get in front of these guys, the roost hinders the person behind you, and you can get away with them. So he wants to get around Chad Horde as quick as possible. But Chad is running a great line.
Chad on that Amsoil Ponzi, Maxxis tire entry number 9 out of Felch, Michigan. And he's told me in previous races leading into this one that the Greaves are on a different level. You can see CJ Greaves underneath in a different line. Ross all up in his business, not letting off. And he finally does. CJ pulls ahead. But he's been looking at it like those Greaves boys are on a different planet. But I think Ross has finally figured Chad's figured it out.
Yeah, Chad. So Chad was pushing back. Didn't really like the slide job, obviously. And he's going to use a little bit of bumper to try to get back up with him. But Chad Horde doing a great job mirroring everything that CJ Greaves is doing right now. You got to throw CJ a lot of... Oh! He gets into it a little bit, throws Chad into a push. But back to my thought, you got to give CJ respect because it's so hard to go from Pro 2-wheel drive to 4-wheel drive. He does it. I hate to sound fluffy with this, but eloquently he does a great job.
Let's go to Kate Osborne with more on Chad Horde.
Well, Chad threw the power steering valve off the engine today in practice. He said Thursday he broke something as well. He said his mojo is not here this weekend. He knows the track well. He knows he is confident, but he was not quite confident in his truck heading into this race.
In the words of Austin Powers, he lost his mojo.
Yeah, well, he needs to find it, but right now he's running strong. But this guy definitely has some mojo, and that's CJ Greaves, and he's starting to track down Keegan Kincaid, but Johnny is running a great race right now.
And you talked about how stepping out of a 2 into the 4, we're seeing Keegan Kincaid do that. He's done it before, and he's handled it very well also.
But Mike Jenkins Pro 4 is an automatic, Robbie, so it's easier to make that transition because you just drive that much more aggressive. But when you go from a automatic to a manual, which, you know, we saw Fitch run the automatic or manual in the Pro 2, it's just so hard to hang on to it. As we're watching Johnny as he holds on, he drives with one hand, and you watch him shift, hang on, he's got those Troy Lee gloves on there.
He's pressing down on that side panel too, just a little bracing, going through the gears. Looks like me in my rental car. I mean, it looks like a day in the park for Johnny Greaves.
You're a lot more nervous than Johnny Greaves is going in there. As he comes in, double, triple, shift, backs her around, gets a little bit loose, and then away he goes. So Johnny Greaves right now running a perfect race.
I'm still thinking about Keegan Kincaid, who filled in for Mike earlier in the year. The first Chicago race, finished second place. That's currently where he's at right now, but CJ has made up ground on that 47. The fastest lap of the race is the 33. So CJ Greaves, a 1:19.17, 4/10 faster than his father.
Now CJ's caught up to Keegan, but right now we got Caden in the pit with a little word on CJ.
Well, I was talking to him earlier today, and he said his goal, jokingly, was that he wanted to run more laps in the water truck today. And it's exactly why, because he wants to be familiar with this track. And it seems like that's paying off, having been in UTV, Pro 2, and now Pro 4, and he's now past Keegan for second.
Well, let me tell you, Robbie, that was a power move. When you can just come in right up on somebody's outside, throw it in with so much confidence. Now, that's two things there. You have confidence in who you're racing with. There's a lot of guys who just drive you straight up the track and off. Like Keegan knows that he was catching him, knows that at this point he doesn't really have anything for him, so why take him out? Now he wants to just try to learn from him. But as we've seen, Mike Jenkins complained in the past that the manuals have so much, and this is the kind of track where the manual is going to show how much stronger it is. We said we have 3 manuals and 1 automatic, and Keegan is the only one in an automatic.
Let's take a look back at what happened in that pass for a second. And as a racer, Ricky, it doesn't get any better than going around the outside of another driver. I don't care what motorsport you're in.
If you have that much confidence, as you come into the outside, we see CJ come in, outbrake him, shoot to the outside, throw it sideways, and then run that cushion, and then wide open. Now, what Kyle LeDuc has said, the reason he likes the manual is because it doesn't bog. When you lean on a berm really hard, sometimes it'll start to slip the converter a little bit because you're never completely locked up. Even when a converter's coupled and what they call 100%, it is still far from being 100% locked up.
So it looks like the competition caution should come out this next time for Johnny, CJ, and Keegan Kincaid. Yep, yellow and red means we're halfway through this race. That means we still have the other half to go. Greaves, Kincaid, 1, 2, and 3.
There's a lot of performance hidden in these tires. These tires are insanely good. Selected as a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. If this is what experts thought about Cooper tires, imagine what you'll have to say. They're impressive on all surfaces. Put Cooper tires on your car today.
What would happen if a side-by-side had more power than it ever needed, a smoother ride than ever expected, and as much storage and customization as a pickup truck? Where would you take a side-by-side like that? Where would it take you? Step behind the wheel of the new Bad Boy Stampede 900 4x4 with 80 horsepower and see for yourself what would happen.
As we're on board, Keegan Kincaid taking a look out in front of his truck. He sees the Maxxis entry of CJ Greaves at 33, and just in front of him is Johnny Greaves trying to win the race.
But he knows if it stays like this, Johnny will win the race, but he's going to lose the championship to his son. But either way, the championship will stay in the Greaves pits as the sun sets on this final race of the 2016 season. And look at the fans still sticking around. And also we have the Crandon World Cup tomorrow right here, and it's going to be an even bigger and stronger day here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Johnny Greaves is out in front, the Pro 4-wheel drive, the final race of the 2016 TORC season. His son is in his rearview mirror, and Keegan Kincaid not too far behind. It's down to only 4 laps remaining. Ricky Johnson, you saw CJ Greaves make up a lot of ground. Do you think he's going to pass Dad?
Well, I know that Johnny doesn't want to let him by, and he's not going to let him by. But right now, this is what he's looking for. His son has actually beat him, heads up at a lot of times this year. But the only one that's giving him a hard time is Johnny, and so he's in the front spot. Let's see what he's got. Watch on the downside of this jump.
Johnny with 3 victories this season. He's on the gas, and again, 4 laps remain here at the Big House. Who's going to have the keys to the Big House? Don't count out the 47 also. He won in Pro 2s, and he's in 3rd here in the Pro 4s.
Well, as it gets slicker, the automatic can help you when you run down on the inside. But when it comes to running the cushion hard, the manual bites a lot quicker and gets much faster down the straightaway. So we see Keegan get a good run coming off, but then he loses a little ground coming up to the big Walker Evans jump.
And I want to point it out, as it stands right now, CJ Greaves would win the championship. If he gets knocked back 3 positions, then Johnny Greaves would win the championship. Do you stuff the nose in there on Dad? And I'm seeing some white smoke out there. Is that just tire rubbing in the fiberglass? Do we have something wrong with the Maxxis entry?
I think it's just rubber and fiberglass smoking up a little bit. But as we watch, let's listen to Keegan's motor.
Yeah, and you hear those RPMs revving out, but how much pressure do you put on Johnny? Now he's got a little gap on Keegan. You know you have a little sigh of relief if you're CJ Greaves.
Been really impressed with CJ all year long. He just waits and he goes at the appropriate time. He doesn't try to force things unless it's need be. And you can see he gets a little bit better drive than Johnny, and he looks to the inside, putting a little pressure on him. So I think he's going to make the move as quick as he can.
In the Potawatomi first turn, and CJ, you see him now down to the inside here. This is Pro 4s. Those front wheels are grabbing. Johnny's going to try and drive around, but CJ's taking a different line, trying to make a mistake, and he's all up in the business with still 3.5 laps to go.
CJ Greaves' last lap, a 1:18.9. That is flying. And Johnny Greaves with a 1:20. So CJ's got something that Johnny doesn't. And I think it's just a little more throttle control where Johnny's breaking it loose. You see he throws it a little bit more sideways, but that kills his exit, where CJ's a little softer on the entry and then makes it up on the exit. So Johnny Greaves doing what he always does, drives mega hard, and you gotta love it. You listen to him just ring that motor hard and just all about the throttle.
And you talk about CJ Greaves and his fast lap as we're looking back through the back end of that Monster Energy truck. Chad Horde actually has the fastest lap of the race. Horde back there, barely in the top 5, had a 1:18.04 that last lap.
That is flying, but he's got to get around Keegan Kincaid if he wants a shot at these guys.
Now you see CJ, and he likes to initiate this right-hand turn. You see the big berm. It's new for this year. In this half of the year, he sets up a little bit earlier, but not as much that time.
Yeah, he's looking just underneath Johnny. Johnny's using the cushion as much as he can, but watch CJ goes from the outside. Now he's going to stay on the high side as he comes over the top, probably trying to look down. Johnny not blocking, but taking up the middle of the race course. I think we're going to see CJ look to the inside.
Well, no question, he's diving in there, and he says, oh, Dad, can't do it. He stayed on the throttle a little longer. Typically in your second, you can stay on just a blip longer than the guy in front of you. That wasn't the case there.
Yeah, but CJ, you can see, as I said before, is a little softer on entry, but harder on the exits. We see Johnny backing in really far, and CJ not quite as much.
All right, now let's look at it. CJ Greaves, Johnny Greaves does not want to get passed by CJ. Let's quickly go to Kate Osborne.
For a guy who had a new fuel injection system in the manual transmission here, and he unfortunately broke a belt and is overheating and is not looking like he's getting back in the race.
And she's talking about Scott Douglas having the problems there as Douglas is out of the race. He was 3rd in championship points, but the championship's still on the line here. As it stands right now, if CJ finishes behind Dad, he will win the championship. Don't do anything crazy. That's what
some part of the racer in him has to say, and I promise you, Johnny does not want to give up that position. Johnny wants to win. He's tired of his son beating him. And now CJ's to the inside. This is high speed. He's on the inside.
Looking to the inside. Johnny on that cushion on the outside. What I like CJ's doing is he's setting Johnny up, working the inside, working the outside. And I'm telling you, when you have a spotter telling you he's looking in, looking out, you've got one car length, half a car length, it is wearing you out. But Johnny Greaves and CJ Greaves right now are the class of the field, and they're out there all by themselves.
Look at that line. Now he's really inside here, and he's going to stick with it. CJ goes to the inside. Can he get the grip? No, Johnny's got the better line.
Johnny gets a little bit better run. We have 2 laps to go, so we should possibly see the white flag this time by.
CJ squares it up. Johnny again, and remember the closest race in TORC history, the Pro 4-wheel drive. A few years ago, Mark Jenkins made that last turn, last second pass to take the win. Will we see a repeat of that with CJ and Johnny Greaves?
Well, I mean, if you were a team owner and that team owner is Johnny Greaves and Kathy Greaves, the perfect scenario is that Johnny Greaves wins the race, CJ wins the championship, and everybody goes home happy. But right now, CJ Greaves does not want that. He's going after his dad.
But then again, if it comes down to that last lap, last turn, and he still crosses the finish line, you'll still win the championship. So I'm thinking that last turn is going to be something special, Ricky. Good drive by both of these drivers. CJ's following in the tracks, maybe setting up a little more outside this time. Less than half a lap to go.
I'm going to say he's going to take a shot, try to get a shot on the inside, but he's not going to be close enough on the barn turn. I thought if he could get close enough here, he'd take a run up the inside, but now he's just looking at the outside. He's going to try to get a run at the gravel pit, but Johnny has been running the bottom of the gravel pit very, very good. So right now, CJ's got to work around the outside, and I don't think he's going to be able to pull it off.
One more sweeping left-hand turn. CJ's on the outside and the fluff. Johnny's the inside looking to drive. CJ's going to get a good drive coming to the straightaway. There's one turn left, the right-hand turn, and then the AMSOIL finish line. Will it be the 22 or the 33? The race
inside. Can CJ do it?
It's going to come to the finish. Is it CJ or Johnny? Unofficially, Johnny Greaves by 0.088 seconds. 88 1/1000ths of a second, and Johnny Greaves, the old man, does it. I can see the smile through that helmet. You can see him pumping his fist. He's the Pro 4 winner.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Ricky, it was a close one as the top 3 line up. Johnny Greaves, CJ Greaves, Keegan Kincaid. Welcome everybody watching around the world on TORCseries.com. Fox Sports Go. What a race. 0.088. CJ Greaves finishes behind his dad, and I thought Johnny might have pushed a little too wide, don't you? You know he was going like, oh, get down there.
We've been talking about Sutton. Johnny was really fast on entry, and CJ was making it on the exit, and he almost was able to pull it off, but both of those guys drove a great race, including Keegan Kincaid, Chad Horde, you know, all the way down the line, Kent Brashow, Jeff Kincaid. It was great to see him back out in a truck. Unfortunate for Scott Douglas, and we didn't see much of Mark Kwame. Something happened early on in the race, but Ross Hook getting a whole shot and driving hard. You know, hats off to him. I love that guy. He's underfunded, you know, understaffed, everything, but he just comes out and keeps going. There, look at Johnny. That thing is smoking hot.
Dude, you were smoking out there.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by AMSOIL, devoted to protection. Bad Boy Off-Road and their all-new Stampede 900 4x4 side-by-side. And by Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
It was inevitable. A Greaves truck was going to win this race, and the old man finally knocks his son off, and you can see just how happy he is. His 4th win of the season. He finished his 2nd of the championship, but it doesn't get any better than that victory. Kate?
Not at all, and it was great. As you were just banging on your truck, you look over at CJ with a smile. That is so awesome. Congratulations. How much fun is it running with CJ?
You know, it seems to be that story over and over lately, and you know, we can't ask for a better battle. I mean, I know he's coming, and I know he's probably a bit better than me, but I still know I'm good enough to hold him off. And I just got to cover the right lines and not make mistakes. And, you know, I was real relaxed today. I felt good all weekend and just hanging out, and I knew my truck was good. My guys prepped it awesome. All the Toyota guys here are making sure this thing, you know, just sings perfectly. And my buddy Monster Joe is here backing me, and came all the way from Poland, and all kinds of friends that I haven't seen in a long time. So this one's for all them guys, and Maxis, Method, Fox, Forest County, Potawatomi. Those people are up there screaming and cheering, and it's just a great day at Crandon.
Johnny Greaves, all smiles here, winning Pro 4.
And what a great way to finish 2016, putting that Monster 22 on top unofficially. Johnny Greaves, CJ, Keegan Kincaid in 3rd, Chad Horde, a strong finish in 4th, White Lightning finishing in the top 5 there, and Jeff Kincaid back there in 6th. But a great race. What a way to end the 2016 season. I know Johnny wanted to win that championship, but he knew he needed to go out there and win the race, beat his son. But CJ Greaves, he gave him everything he could handle, Kate.
He absolutely did. First, congratulations. You are the Pro 4 champion. What a feeling that must be. But that race, it came down to it. The championship sure did, and it came down to the finish. Walk us through it.
Yeah, you know, if this was going to be the championship race, we might as well make it worth it. Get everything we had on the track. I mean, we got a horrible start again. I actually got a good jump. We just got to figure out what's happening. We're not getting full four-wheel drive once we leave the line, so we got to figure that out. But I came through the pack, made a couple good moves, and then once I got behind my dad, I was like, all right, let's go. And I think I tried about every line left on that track to use. I was trying inside, outside. I was trying to go in and just go around him, and it was a fun race. I mean, I think we definitely had a little more speed than him, but it's a matter of getting around him. So it's awesome to take home another championship. I can't thank Devin. He works his butt off, Brad, and my mom and dad, and my sister and my family, everyone that helps us out, all of our crew that come in here week in, week out. 2 more championships in 1 year, so that's all we can ask for. And just really got to thank Maxis Tires, Monster Energy, Toyota, Forest County Potawatomi, Method Race Wheels, Fox Shocks, Amsoil, Mastercraft Safety, Impact, Rigid Industries, everyone that helps us out. We really appreciate it.
What a season for CJ Greaves, taking home both Pro 2 and Pro 4 championships.
And doing it in back-to-back seasons. CJ Greaves takes the championship by only 4 points, Ricky. That has to be heartbreaking for Pops, but Douglas in 3rd. Chad Horde almost snuck into the top 3 with a misfortune by Douglas.
Yeah, but it's not a heartbreak for Chad. I mean for Johnny. And I got to say, sitting here, am I jealous? Yes. Am I so proud of that family? They've done a great job. They've raised a great champion. But CJ was a little better all year long.
Let's go to Kate Osborne one more time.
Well, a guy who's had some pretty great Pro 4 runs here this season. The real question is will we see you in a Pro 4 next season for the full season?
I don't know, I just can't thank Mike Jenkins enough and Traxxas enough for giving me the opportunity to come out and drive the Pro 4 and put it up on the box. And those Toyotas were good. And but we ran hard, and it was fun. I had fun out there. The track was slippery, and we just didn't have the setup for today. And we'll put it in tomorrow and see if we can give these guys a run. But I can't thank Traxxas, Amsoil, Cooper Tire again. This truck ran good. All the crew was flawless, and both trucks are up here, and I can't be thankful enough to start off day 1 good.
Keegan Kincaid, 3rd place here in Pro 4.
And what a pickup ride for Keegan Kincaid. We still have 1 more race to go for you fans watching on TORCseries.com. We're going to bring you some super buggy action right after this.
When it comes to guarding your engine, Amsoil offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. Amsoil provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Brakes on the left and the right. You got this? Got your brake levers ready? Okay. Go ahead, guys.
We know dirt. Maxxis tires.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by Toro Tire, the tire with the style you want and the performance you need. Rugged Radio, the authority in communication. And by Akamai, faster, forward.
As we see the Super Buggies lining up, it looks like 24 entries in this one, minus Rodney Van Efferen. I believe he would be the defending champion in this race. And Rodney, after the season he's had and working through that Pro 2-wheel drive, he's probably wishing he could just go out there and kick some tail one more time. But they're going to be racing on the short course, and you see the lights out there, and it is getting pretty darn dark.
Yes.
But you can see with the lights. It's like a night race for motocross.
Yeah, with not really good lights. The hard part is whenever I race desert, this was the hardest time because the sky is so light, your eyes get dilated for that light, but the dirt that you're trying to drive on is so dark you can't see the differences. And last night, Luke ran in the Sporty 2 in the back to get a little extra practice, and he was saying he couldn't see certain things, and that's what's going to get some of the drivers is that they can see where's inside and what's outside, but the little nuances of the track as the ruts start to come up and everything, that's going to start to mess these guys up a little bit. But we got one more race to go, and obviously the crowd is still awesome.
Yeah, they're going to watch us. As we take a look at the facility here, and the drivers are lining up, let's take a look back at the Pro 4-wheel drive highlights. Who was going to get the start? Ross Hook was on the inside. I thought he got a pretty darn good start.
He got an unbelievable start because Ross, there's no fear, just wide open. But Johnny was able to pull it off. Here we see Keegan Kincaid in second on that first lap. But then C.J. Greaves went to work. Power move on the outside of Keegan Kincaid, put him in second. So all Keegan can do at that point is just watch and work and try to keep up with these two. But these two all year long have been flying. CJ went to the inside, to the outside, outside to the inside, but nothing quite worked.
3 laps from the end, I thought CJ Greaves probably would have won. Johnny was doing everything in his power to hold him off and still hold that race line. There was no blocking here.
Well, and that's the thing, is that here, this is the last lap where he goes to the outside, CJ shoots to the inside, and Johnny wins by 0.008 or something like that.
0.88.
Yeah, a ridiculous amount. So Johnny Greaves is not the champion, but once again wins here at Crandon. So great job by Johnny Greaves and also CJ Greaves to bring home that championship.
Sure enough, as the lights are out and they are doing the track prep, they're going to have to, looks like, work on that one little lane, and they get the road graders out there and the fans heading out. And for those of you unfamiliar with this race, a little bit different. We'll also be a part not only on TORCseries.com like today, but we'll be a Red Bull Signature Series event tomorrow that you'll be able to see on NBC, the Crandon World Cup. We crown champions of the world. And speaking of the AMSOIL Cup, let's take a look at what is the AMSOIL Cup and that special race that will end off the day tomorrow.
It's a 10-lap race. You hit the timing stand, it's 10 laps from there.
$40,000 this year, guys, so I'm sure we'll have some extra fender parts.
Cup race here at Crandon is a challenge between the two different classes, Pro 4, Pro 2, and it's just a war. Let's go to war. Let's see who's the baddest guy at the race weekend right now. Let's get it on.
By winning that cup race last fall for us definitely put us up in the top tier with these guys. It definitely boosts you to the next level.
Chad Horde, you just won. Good job.
We saw it last year, and Chad Horde, Pro 2, Jeff Kincaid, Pro 2, they ended up beating out the Pro 4s, which is awesome to see for the Pro 2 guys.
You got to make all your conditions work out, and you ran a great, perfect race, and they ran a perfect race. To go out and hold them off, that's pretty good braking, right?
The difference between a Pro 2 and a Pro 4 mechanically for, let's say we're setting up for the Cup race to race the Pro 4s, we have a little bit of a start advantage time-wise on it. Obviously, it's two-wheel drive. We don't have the four wheels pulling.
The Pro 4 is a four-wheel drive, unlimited everywhere, pretty much. Pro 2 is a sort of limited two-wheel drive. So they give the Pro 2s a head start over the Pro 4s. The suspension is pretty equal. They've got the same amount of wheel travel, Pro 2, Pro 4. They've got the same stance. The Pro 2 is a little lighter in weight. So when they give them the time advantage on the track, that's to equalize them. And it has worked in the past. There's been two-wheel drives that have won this event.
In a Cup race, when you're racing the Pro 4s, if we're gapped evenly for the start time, if we can stay ahead of the Pro 4s, if we're faster than the Pro 4s, that's huge for a Pro 2 to be able to outlast the Pro 4s.
When you're racing these Cup races, as bizarre as this may sound, I don't know if there really is a strategy, especially here at Crandon, because not only are the Pro 2s within their own race, you've got a drag race. Now that's a race in itself. Now you got the Pro 4s coming after you.
You don't want to dance too much together. You don't want to really create yourself, havoc where you're going to slow down, because that's what the four-wheel drives want, so they can catch up to you. Once they get to you, you're not going to hold them off.
The Pro 2s only want to spend so much time beating and banging on each other, because all it's going to do is slow us down and let the Pro 4s get up on us. I think there's a lot of respect given in that race. Is it a little bit of a free-for-all? Yeah.
The Cup, they don't do the yellow, and that's probably the biggest thing. I mean, you have to be so aggressive early in the race, in the Cup race, and get as many positions as you can before these, the twos get spread out, and hope that they tangle with each other the first couple laps. You get a chance to catch up to them, and you can get by.
You would think with all the Pro 2 guys starting out front that we'd have some kind of pact to say, let's hold these Pro 4 guys off as long as we can and try to get the Pro 2 guy that's out front the win. But there's no settling down, there's no blocking, there's no nothing. It's all out battle. You just want to go for that win, and to get the Cup here, Crandon, is one of the biggest things in our sport. So no one's going to back down for that.
So as they're working in the track, we see the start line one final time here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL. This is actually determining I believe the Sportsman Championship. It should be. The Sportsman race is decided today for their World Championship. So whoever wins this race would be crowned the World Champion. In the Sportsman class, the Super Buggies lined up, 24 of them. We'll crown the Crandon World Cup and World Champions tomorrow for the TORC Series events. Did you ever drive a buggy?
Did a little bit of desert racing in a buggy, which is the equivalent of this, is what they call a Class 10. Limited size motor, but not unlimited suspension, but it was a blast. It teaches you how to drive, especially when you're in the desert. You're afraid of changing your own tires. Bryce Menzies has said that multiple times. The best thing for him was for his father and Larry Job to put him into a single-seat buggy, and he would go through the rocky sections, and he said he would go so slow, so he would guarantee that he wouldn't have to get out and work on his car. So it's good for a driver to have to run in a buggy. We've seen CJ run in a buggy. We've also, Johnny started in buggies. Luke ran a buggy. A lot of different people start here. And this is not a beginner class. These cars are very fast. Here we see Garrett George, who was very, very fast before, and look for him. We got a lot of West Coast guys that are going to be running really strong. Garrett's starting in that second row in that red Funko car. Great to see him with his father out here, and the whole family. They do a great job. They own the Funko Buggy company, so they don't just race them, they build them.
When you look at these buggies too, you think of Yeah, you grab gears and you ship, but it's not like a typical buggy. The braking, I think, is what was the unique factor for me, too. It's not just a chicken brake where you pull back, you go forward. I mean, it is a different move with that hand. I mean, what the heck? Why did they do that?
A chicken brake. I've never heard it called. It's called
emergency brake.
It's called a cutting brake.
Yeah, I call it.
So here's the thing: is that you have an open transaxle in the back, so one wheel spins faster than the other, and if you have a brake where they have what Robbie's calling a chicken brake, is a cutting brake where if you pull it back, it'll lock the right rear tire. If you push forward, it'll lock the left rear tire, so you can use that to help set your buggy up. But on a big course like this, you don't want to slow down or scrub that much speed. You want to make sure that you keep it going because it's dark out there, and some people are afraid of the dark, and so you got to make sure you're able to see the track. So it is going to be a little bit tricky out there.
Hey, wave, Ricky. I think I can see you.
Yeah, that's me right down there in the bottom of the TV compound.
And again, for those of you not used to cameras, there's an iris, and that's a fixed iris, and then that's what it looks like to that camera at that point. But it's not quite that dark.
No.
But it's not quite that bright either. I will tell you that too.
Yeah, let's do the flip side of that iris. But no, they want to get this race in, let these guys go, and you know, we have some great drivers out there. Fitzgerald has been fast all year long, John Fitzgerald. But also we got Larry Pegram. You know, he's a past road race champion, flat track champion. He's also races in Pro 4 for Popcorn Sutton.
He's underpowered though. He said the guys were driving around him yesterday like nobody's business.
I told him he just needs to push the gas harder. You know, there's more horsepower if you need it. So, but yeah, this is obviously showing, you know, how bright the sky is and how dark the ground is. But it is a little bit dark, but not quite that dark.
Did you like night races for you? And did you do many growing up as a
I would go down to Speedway 117 or South Bay Speedway, as it's known. In fact, they're going to have a reunion back there next week, and I'm going to miss it. So I'm sorry to all my friends and stuff that were missed there. You see the cowboy, he's tired, he's had a long day. He's like, screw it, I'm walking, I'm not running. Just drop the flag, he says.
He made it another Crandon day, and without falling, here we go, the Super Buggies. The series points leader, John Fitzgerald in the 14, look for him. Also Mark Steinhardt, Michael Meister, Ryan Schwalbe.
Fitzgerald gets hooked up, and he's stuck way in the back. That was him right in the middle. He was hooked up with that other buggy. I can't see who it was.
How in the heck did you see that?
That Fitzgerald is red and white. He's right in the middle. He's in the outside, about 3/4 of the way back, so he has a lot of work to do. And there's a lot of fast West Coast guys out here that are going to want to run with this.
Mark Steinhardt was out in front. Look at this, 3 wide, and these are true open wheels, and they're going to make contact. No question. Stay in the throttle and drive it through it.
Drive on through it. That's Steinhardt in the back, and that was Schwalbe making his way around. That was actually Ryan Schwalbe. He got out there, and we see Larry Pegram has spun out. That was number 43.
Nice little sconces on the thing there. Now there's 2 Schwalbes in this race, Ryan Schwalbe and Scott Schwalbe, the fast Schwalbes. They are. I mean, it's a father and son combo, and I can't tell the 2 apart.
So as you can see, they're running the short track. They're not going all the way down to the start corner. They're going right around, which makes it more exciting for the fans because they don't disappear for so long. And that's the one thing. It's fun to race, but very frustrating for the spectators sometimes when we run the bigger track. The guys can't see you around.
Bringing it in, backing it in just a little bit. Talk to me, Goose. There's
Herman Barnum.
Barnum Meister right there. Started in 7th place, the 94.
And that's competitive metals. Those guys supply so much of the tubing for all the racers that are out on the West Coast. So a lot of people, you know, Luke and I have been down there multiple times, and it's great because they build so many race cars, and they don't just build them, but they support the racers as well. So Herman Barnum out in front and running very, very strong.
Darren Hardesty, the 16's in the lead right now. He started back there in 18th, so he was on that outside. Meister's in 2nd, so Michael Meister, the 94, in 2nd position. You see him in that white buggy.
And I apologize because I was reading the screen, and it's off a little bit, so we just got to pick out.
That's not even working. Don't even look at it. Showing the lineup. We got to find it. We got to do it old school here. There's the 77. There's the 77 trying to get by. That's Sterling Kling. Started on that very far outside.
Mark Steinhardt looking to the inside on the number 31, but he can't quite make it stick.
Dave Mason in the 65. Now that one I might be able to get. right he is. They should do that to everybody. Man, if we just had a few more UTVs like that. Try to dive to the inside. 21 of Keaton Swain trying to make on a take up position. What are you writing there, Ricky Johnson?
I can't find number 16 on my sheet.
16's Darren Hardesty.
Darren Hardesty is out in front.
Hey, this is old school. This reminds me of Wolf Creek Motocross Park. When I was doing this. There's Hardesty ahead of the 94. Uh-oh. The 99 having problems here. He's going to pull off. He's going to be a lap down.
Lap traffic.
Sterling Kling, the 77, should be in third unofficially as I see it right now. And is there something in the... No, I thought there was something maybe in the back. There's Kling. He's in third. See him nose to tail right now. We will have a competition caution, and they will run 12 laps. Oh, somebody diving to the inside. That's your boy in the red and white.
George, yes, that's Garrett George looking to the inside. That Funko Buggy is really easy to spot out, and Garrett with a strong move, passing two different drivers at the same time. So look for Garrett George after the competition yellow.
The man with two first names is working his way through the field. Garrett Jorge, I like to call him.
But Sterling Kling is running very strong in second place, but Garrett George seems to be just pulling in a little bit more. Actually, I think it's got him back in fourth place.
Kling was in third. Man, we are just clicking off the laps here.
And this is the great part about the competition yellow. You know, Garrett has done a great job working his way up to the front, getting into the top 5, and now they're going to bring everybody back together so he has another shot to get himself up front. A little overcorrection there, a little sideways, but it's here where it's dark going into the gravel pit where the guys are having a hard time picking the right line. Fitzgerald in that red and white buggy working his way back up. He's number 14, John Fitzgerald. So he had trouble on that start, but this will give him another shot. We're on lap 5 of 12, so we still have 7 laps to go. A lot of racing to go on, but out in front, Hardesty is pretty much run away with this at this point. But remember, folks, we have to go to a competition yellow. Here's John Fitzgerald, number 14, looking on the inside.
The Fox Racing entry, number 13, that's Elliott Watson.
Yeah, but that's actually a lot of those parts in Elliott Watson's car was Luke Johnson's car that he sold. So Luke, I think, is spotting for Elliott, and a strong young driver came out of trophy cars, but Fitzgerald is working his way right up on the back door.
John Fitzgerald's a series points leader, 14. You saw him working through the field there. So who did buy Luke's buggy? He just sold it last year. Who bought it?
That was Elliott, and so they had gotten a new Alumacraft chassis. They got some of the parts. I think they got the motor in there. That's a Redline performance motor from Southern California. So Elliott doing a great job. This is his first time at Crandon, doing a good job out there.
Comp caution, and boy, I want to go down my list. Our director, Brian, just hook me up like a tow truck. I want to see 1 through 5, make sure that we have it right. And the yellow and red is out. The 94 still in second, and officially Mr. Meister. It should be Hardesty in front. Second should be Meister. Third should be Sterling Kling, and we'll see the back half of this race when we return.
You got this? Got your brake levers ready? Mm-hmm. Okay. Go ahead, Cash.
We know dirt. Maxxis tires.
Outside of 1 is not where you want to be. Affirmative, sir. You're doing good, relax. Everybody getting ready for more ride? That worked fine for me.
Hey, can I trade you sunglasses?
Yeah, sure.
Nose to tail, that's how they do it here in the Super Buggy race. We're on the short course, the lights are on, and we're about to kick off the final race of the night. As we've completed our 2016 TORC season, we're about to crown a world champion in the Sportsman. Currently the leader, Hardesty. Darren Hardesty out in front of Michael Meister. I'm going to call him Meister. He's the Michael Meister. And Sterling Kling, the 77 in third. And there's your red and white Buggy. You commented on him at the start. Watch out on this restart. He's in fourth now.
Garrett George on the outside in that Funco chassis, working his way around the outside, looking inside. This could put him in a good position working into third place.
Yeah, I think he's going to make a pass here. He's on that inside. Oh, who's that on the outside of him? He's definitely closing off Kling. And yeah, he can only hold him off for so long, and now he climbs into the back.
Climbing in the back, but Garrett George pulls it off. Now Kling making another shot down the inside. He's got using the cushion to his advantage, but that's going to put Garrett to the outside.
And Garrett's going to try and square it up and close off. This is open wheels. If they catch, they could go flipping. And now the 65, that's the bright yellow Buggy. He gets two drivers in one turn.
Yeah, but that's what we saw happen in the Pro Light and also in Pro 2, guys bumping and banging around there. But Garrett George working the inside, working the outside, and now he's back to fifth place.
I like the day glow of Dave Mason. I can pick him out. He's worked his way into third. Now he's trying to close in on Michael Meister. Kling still trying to stick a nose in there as we've really been uncontested. Darren Hardesty in the 16 has been out in front since the whole shot.
But Elliott Watson in that Fox car has worked his way right up to the backside of Garrett George. So the Fox car looking on the inside, these guys are bumping and banging, but he's not going to be able to pull it off. But these two guys are running very close. They got to remember they're an open wheel, so we do not want to see them touch wheels.
94 is in a championship battle with the 31 and the 14. Those are your top three guys in points. Meister's in second, so he's doing the best out of that group.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dave Meister's the man on the move right now. He's worked his way around into second place. Here we see Garrett George looking the inside of Kling as well. So we got a great race for actually fifth, sixth, and seventh.
I'm still looking at Mason moving up there in the yellow. So he's into second now. He's plucked them off one at a time. Does he have enough time or Buggy? Ooh, get a little squirrely, get a little slippery there on the landing. He's worked his way all the way up into second. That's your fastest guy, and he's bright yellow. He's easy to see at night.
Yeah, but Darren Hardesty's been really quick, and he's got a clean track, and he doesn't have things like this going on, bumping and banging. So he's got a clear track, just like Keegan Kincaid had in Pro 2. But right now, it's this race all the way from third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, going back and forth. You can't ask for a better race.
I don't see 14 and 31. So those are the guys that were the points leaders. Fitzgerald and Steinhardt were 1 and 2 in points. Oh, and we're hopping wheels now. Somebody pulls off the track, but when Meister's in second, maybe he will make up enough points to win the championship for him.
Garrett George looking to the inside of Meister, but he's not able to pull it off. Here he's got an open door, but Meister seems to just run him down a little bit. And Garrett George, now he goes to the outside so he can get a better run. Oh, bumping and banging going on.
You know he had to eject. What a save.
And he hung on to a great job.
That was Kevin McCullough, the 62, driving around the outside, back on the track again.
Yep, just keep it.
That was one of our saves of the night. I thought Kyle Hart had it in his UTV earlier, but I think we have a new leader in that. Now the 94, still Meister battling at it, and he's in for the championship. He's trying to win this thing. He's in fourth. I think he may be up into third now.
But Fitzgerald, we're watching right now, the number 14, has worked his way around. I'm going to say he's probably in about sixth places. Oh, we got bumping and banging going on.
Oh, that was the championship possibly, and there's the Fox entry. I don't see how he can finish like that.
Yeah, that broke the rear wheel of Elliott as well. So that is going to be a tough break for him. Was running a really strong race. Was just a situation where he hit him. He had nothing to do with it.
Mason, I thought, might be able to close in on Hardesty, but I don't know. Hardesty's been holding ground pretty much the entire race out in front. Uh-oh, right front's off for that driver. Let's see what happens.
So as we're watching, here we're seeing John Fitzgerald come around, and you watch in front of him some bumping and banging going on, and then Elliott.
Somebody's turned around up there on that launch jump.
But taking another look at this, they touch a little bit here, they go back and forth, and watch Elliott Watson come up. He has nowhere to go, and he gets clipped, and it breaks his right rear wheel off. You can see it just shears it off, and it's sticking his brake, and he has nowhere to go.
And that was Kling that was
bing, 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 ricochet rabbit there in the middle of it. And he salvaged that. He did pretty darn good for making so much contact. You like my ricochet rabbit?
Big bong bing, and that was Clang. That was nice. But yeah, a very action-packed event. But it's this guy Hardesty who has been out in front, and as I said before, has been great competitive medals. We see a competition yellow, or not a competition yellow, but a full course yellow, bringing him out. So if we can bring him back in, we're going to see what's going on.
Hey, I thought that would help Mason, but does this help Garrett George? I think he may have worked his way into third.
Who helps this the most is Fitzgerald. He got messed up on the start, and he worked his way back up. So he is now, I think this has put him into the top 4.
That would be the number 14 Buggy when we see him.
He's actually so it goes Hardesty, then Meister, then George, Kling.
That's Kling in 4th. The 21 unofficially looks like he's in 5th. And again, we could have, that was Keaton Swain in 5th. 6th would be John Fitzgerald. I'm trying to see that Buggy.
John
It's white.
Fitzgerald.
Yeah,
that's the red and white Buggy.
Racing white stripe down the middle.
So this could be a green-white checker because we have completed 10 of 12. So as every lap previous, look for some action.
Yeah, Fitzgerald is the points leader, but he should also still be leading the way it looks right now, and he's back in, I believe, 6th spot. 77 of Kling up there in front. You see the red and white of Garrett George, the number 1. Mason in 2nd. Dave Mason in the 65, really easy to identify, and he needed that little, if he had a chance to winning, he needed something to happen, a comp caution. And the one guy who didn't want to have the yellow would be Darren Hardesty, who's been out in front the entire time. So we're going to get the green on the front, white at the flagging stand, and they'll complete 1 lap to take the checker.
As they follow the sun around the track. Yeah, Mason's been running really strong, but Darren Hardesty hasn't made a mistake, and I don't think we've seen him run as hard as we can, but you will see it these last 2 laps for sure.
I don't know. I still think Mason had to work his way through, 6, 7 people, I thought. You know, when we first saw him, he was back a ways, and he's just plucked them off one at a time. When you had that much gap and no comp caution, it's hard to make up ground.
One, it's a little bit off, but our timing says that Mason had a faster lap of 2 seconds, but I have to go back with the tools that we're using here. But everybody's planning scenarios. Their spotters are telling them, you know, this could happen, that could happen, but as soon as that green flag drops, all bets are off.
Nighttime in Crandon. How'd you spend your night? Well, I was watching short course off-road racing. A bunch of guys win the sports championship, world championship. And tomorrow we've got the Crandon World Cup also, and the AMSOIL Cup. Which will it be this time? Will it be a Pro 2 taking the AMSOIL Cup or a Pro 4? I know we're about to see a Super Buggy take a victory. Will it be the guy who's been out in front the entire time, Darren Hardesty in the 16? Maybe the 65, that Dayglow color entry. Who's going to get it? Dave Mason? Will it be the red and white? Oh, Mason with a pretty decent jump.
That's a really good jump. Garrett George falling back about 2 car lengths, but he should be able to gather back up. Now, if what Garrett wants is these 2 guys to start bumping and banging and start moving around, that way he can work something out. But Hardesty, once again, is flawless. He's not making mistakes. He's not blocking. He's running the line that he needs to run.
I still look at Mason still in there. Then we see George back in 3rd. Kling is putting pressure on him. He wants to get on top of the podium. Now they take the white flag. There's George on the inside. He closes in on Mason. In a very tight inside line. That's going to bunch everybody up.
But what we didn't see off camera is that Hardesty got a little bit too sideways, lost momentum. Mason was able to work his way back in there, and now Garrett George is right in the catbird seat. So if these 2 guys can bump and bang, Garrett George can work his way up there, but Hardesty pulling it back out in front again. He's got about a 2 car length lead, 3, now 4. So just do not over-rotate, and he'll bring this home.
Here comes Jorge back in 3rd. He's going to be on the outside. We might have a pass in the 2nd. Mason in the bright yellow Buggy on the inside. George on the outside. And problems for the 16. Hardesty, maybe? Nope. No, good. He's got one more turn to go. He's going to do it. The race will be for 2nd. Hardesty's got 1 turn, and he's going to take the Super Buggy victory. wire to wire. Second's going to come down to the line. We're looking for Fitzgerald, and Fitzgerald unofficially should take the Sportsman title as he came in with a points lead.
Mason and Garrett George got into each other in that last turn, and both of them finishing way down the order. So a little bumping and banging was just off camera, so Kling was able to pull himself back up to second place.
Into the top three as we take a look at what happened as we came to the checkered flag. Look at the two drivers back inside. This for second place.
They're bumping and banging. Here we see Garrett George on the outside, Mason on the inside. Garrett throws it in, then Mason gets on top of him. Then that pushes him around, and it stalls out his inside front, and that makes him basically like a cutting brake, like you're talking about, whatever you called it.
Chicken brake.
Chicken brake, and it rotates Garrett George, and it puts him around back. So
and Mason drops back as well. Boy, what a finish to the Super Buggy race, and that will be the end of our night. Top three plus the champ. We'll talk to him in a bit.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Truck in, we'll swap those tires out so we can get you going down the road.
What would happen if a side-by-side had more power than it ever needed, a smoother ride than ever expected, and as much storage and customization as a pickup truck? Where would you take a side-by-side like that? Where would it take you? Step behind the wheel of the new Bad Boy Stampede 900 4x4 with 80 horsepower and see for yourself what would happen.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
TORC, the Off-Road Championship, is brought to you by Aturo Tire, the tire with the style you want and the performance you need. Rugged Radio, the authority in communication. And by Akamai, faster forward.
Darren Hardesty takes the victory, but you see Stapleton and Kling, or Stapleton Rubening 62. That would be Kevin McCullough in third, Kling in the second place spot, but Mr. Hardesty takes the win, and he's with Kate.
Yeah, Darren Hardesty climbing out of your buggy. Now, you were shaking your head because you had a great race there. Then all of a sudden there was a yellow. How nervous were you during that time?
Wow, that was kind of a disappointment. I was hoping we could just finish off the race, but it is what it is. There's some good competition in this race, so kind of glad I could mix it up a little, but it's so great to be up on top here at the big house, and I can't do it without everyone who took me here. The Arthur's crew, Competitive Metals, can't have this car as perfect as it is without Bill Stein, Off-Road Warehouse, Mickey Thompson, everyone who makes this all happen for me. You know, Lucas Oil, everyone. Thank you so much.
Darren Hardesty taking home the win here at Crandon.
I think he was holding his breath the whole time, Ricky. He is clogged up right now. But what a race. What a race. And, hey, we get to stand up and get on camera one more time for all of our fans. Oh, sorry.
They don't want to see us.
Our producer was talking to us in our ear, and all the magic was happening. So we're finally done with our 2016 TORC season, and also done with our Sportsman for today. But before we get to that, let's crown one more champion this year in the Sportsman Super Buggy. Mr. Fitzgerald takes the cake. John Fitzgerald, your winner.
Yeah, he is the champion here in Super Buggy. First, congratulations. Second, it looks like you have family and friends here. How much does it mean to you to be taking home the championship?
That's what we worked for all year. You know, we just coming into this weekend, we knew we had to play it smart. We didn't have to be the fastest car, but we had to be here at the end. And just wanted to thank everybody that came out and helped us out. And just couldn't do it without you guys.
There you have it, John Fitzgerald, champion in Super Buggy.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks, John. Congratulations on your victory and another championship presentation as we finish off our night. So I think that's going to be it. Ricky Johnson, you got any final words you want to say?
We're at the big house. We're closing the door, and tomorrow is World Championship events and the Cup race. So this is going to be great. We're sitting down. We're going to come on camera one more time. But, hey, thank you guys for putting up with us. I apologize for the mistakes that we made. But it was a great day of racing. Congratulations to all of our champions.
Well, another great finish to a season just like we've had. We had 13 rounds in total. This is the 13th and final stop. Thank you for watching, everyone, all of the course workers, the cameramen, everybody that made this event possible. Crandon for being so hospitable. We started off with the UTVs. We talk about the excitement, the banging, and we saw it right from the get-go and the pro lights. And Dinsmore takes the win there. We come back in the twos. All eyes were on CJ Greaves, but CJ was eyeing a wall, and Keegan Kincaid takes the victory.
Pro 4, it was Johnny Greaves, got out in front early. CJ made a play at the end, and it was really tight at the end, but Johnny Greaves got to give it to him. Scooter Greaves walks away with the Pro 4 win, but CJ walks away with the championship.
MSI, thank you for all the hard work you do. We're glad to be here and hope to be back for more years to come.